This is Tati. Sorry I can't get to the phone right now. Leave your name, number, and a brief message, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
It's good to hear your voice. I know it's only a recording, but you have got a bloody nice voice. And God, I just called up to say hi, and then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like, I like you. I mean, not that. But anyway, I noticed that the paper in the photocopier is running a bit low, so I know it's not really your job, but, well, you know, so, see you tomorrow. Fuck.
You're the girl, you're the one. Can you everything I love? I think there's something, baby. I think there's something. You're the girl. Come on.
Jesus Christ.
Kiss it just go, breaking hearts. Eyes wide, all tight, just go. Just becoming what you need. 17, it just goes, it just goes.
Hello? Is this
Destined to be hard. Stolen from the sun, I'm breaking your heart. Destined to be hard, break your heart. Steady, I think you better go. I can't take you. I know you're looking for salvation in the secular age, but you're not your savior. Where shouldn't you be fucking with somebody your age instead of making changes? We're still to the ground. God help me now.
That's why I don't trust them. Cause when you try to cuff them, you end up in trouble. Saying love is for suckers. That's why I don't need it. Cause when she says she loves you, then she'll make you believe that you're in love. Now she got you open. Yeah, she got you hoping you're loved. But you shouldn't trust her. Cause you're just a sucker for love. What's going on? I heard you got a lame nigga calling your phone. He got this game all wrong. If he had any words with you, he's a fool to be calling you. Cause he don't see the big picture. Love, like all of the world gon' have it sick. Love gon' have him if you're losing it. Guess he thought he could trust her, and she ain't like he that this, so he thought he could love her.
Stay tuned there.
I ain't playing around. Make one false move, I take you down. Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that. Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that. You don't know me like that. You don't know me like that. You don't know me like that.
You can't hit people because you don't get pancakes.
I need some.
You can't do that.
Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that.
I came, I saw, I hit him right dead in the jaw. I came, I saw, I hit him right dead in the jaw. I came, I saw, I hit him right dead in the jaw. I came, I saw, I hit him right dead in the jaw.
See, I caught him with a right hook. Caught him with a jab, caught him with an uppercut, kicked him in his ass, sent him on his way cause I ain't for that talk. Ain't no trips to the county, I ain't for that walk. We split like two pins at the end of a lane. We'll knock out the spotlight and put an end to your vein. Put a DTP pendant at the end of your chain and put the booty of a switch at the end of a flame. We in the red light district. We in the red light district. We in the red light district.
Could be the rain in your desert skies. I could be the fire in your darkest night. I could be the curse when you're raging.
Thanks to the
I got big wheels on my ride, spent by 6 meals on my ride. Kept me swerving all of your side of town, but the bitch don't kill my vibe. Don't blow my high, just blow my guy. I'm so paid, I'm so fly, your baby daddy did respect me, black yeah, that no lie. I'm on my square, blowing circles in the air. Heard that purple, I'm a boss and you a worker. Listen here, boy, don't make me hurt you. You want trouble, I got plenty. How you want it? Put it in me. I'm so rich, so all that fuck boy shit you kick it, don't offend me. Don't get killed off in it, bitch. I spend meals all in this shit. Boy, it been 11 years of this shit. Look at me now, still in it, bitch. Yeah, I stand tall, no can fall. You pussy ass nigga can't touch me. See me, don't speak, ain't nothing, G. I'm in my zone, nigga, don't fuck with me.
She kill me with that coochie coochie coo. She kill me with that coochie coochie coo. She kill me with that coochie coochie coo. Lights out, TKO.
Baby, every day you're training to get the go. That's why your body's crazy. But you can't run with yourself, that's when it's difficult. Girl, I can see in your eyes that there's something inside that made you evil. Where did you go? Is it just ain't fair? Over here thinking about the shit you say. Don't know why it gets to me. That's right on my eye. Yeah, girl, won't lie. Still can't see. Think I saw you with another guy. Fair fight, knocked down. Then I got over you. Can't fight no more. You knock me out. What am I supposed to do?
It's just a taste.
I be on my suit and tie shit, tie shit, tie. I be on my suit and tie shit, tie shit. Can I show you a few things? A few things, a few things, little baby girls. I be on my suit and tie shit, tie shit. I be on my suit and tie shit, tie shit. Let me show you a few things. Let me show you a few things.
You ready, JT?
I can't wait till I get you on the floor good looking. Going out so hot, just like an oven. Now, burn myself, I just had to touch it. It's so hot, and it's alright. Hey, baby, we don't mind all the watching. Cause if this dirty clothes will post it like nerves something. She ain't nothing but a little loser when she does it. She's so high tonight. And as long as I got my suit and tie, I'ma leave it all on the floor tonight. And you got mixed up too tonight. Show me what you think. All dressed up in black and white. And you're dressed in that dress I like. Love this singing in the air tonight. Let me show you what you think. Let me show you what you think. Show you what you think about love. Now we're in the swing of love. Let me show you what you think. Show you what you think about love.
All black at the white shows, white shoes at the black shows, green car for the Cuban links. Y'all sit back and enjoy the light show. Nothing exceeds like success. Style guy got from having the best of the best. Is this what it's all about? I'm at the rest, the front, my rent, disturbing the guests. Years of distress, tears on the dress. Try to hide a face with some makeup sex. This is trouble season. Time for tuxedos for no reason. All saints for my angel. Alexander Wang too. Ass tight denim and some dunks. I'll show you how to do this, young. No papers, catch papers, get high. Out Vegas, Sussex on doubles, ain't looking for trouble. You just got good genes, so a nigga tryna cuff you. Tell your mother that I love her, cause I love you. Tell your father we go father as a couple. They ain't lose a daughter, got a son. I'll show you how to do this, huh?
It took a night for once. We're the only ones left. I bet you even know where we could go. When it all fucks up, you put your head in my hands. It's a souvenir for when you go. In misery where you can't seem as old as your omens. And the mother we share will never keep your proud head from falling. The way is long, but you can make it easy on me. And the mother we share will never keep a cold heart from falling. In misery where you can't seem as old as your omens.
It's the best part of the song. And since it's 3 songs, pulls the shit out of the fucking DMCA filter checker bullshit. Anyway, we're back. We're back. I don't know what that fucking means. I'm live. We're back. I've got stuff. I'm gonna play stuff. I'm gonna yap about shit. Decided to put the puppet away for the night. You get the unvarnished, the full complete ogre. Well, not the complete ogre. Still has to be terms of service friendly. Nothing down there. Emailed Booker, my useless senator, and asked for a response from his office, but they never do that shit. Booker, who is that? Booker, you mean that guy? That guy. You called that guy? You emailed that guy. You were like, hey, how come you're not answering my phone? That guy. That guy? Yeah, I'd be like, what the fuck too? I think right now it is important though to not be completely unhinged. You can, I think taking to Twitter, taking to emails, taking to the phone, definitely worthwhile. 100% worthwhile. 100% worthwhile. But like what gets said right now, I think is critical, very important. Have somebody, like, you've already done it, but like if you're thinking about doing some shit, have a friend read it first and be like, does this pass the bus driver test? Does this pass the Uber driver test? Do you understand what I'm presenting here? And just see if your friend can read it and it makes sense. Because it can't seem too terminally online. That's just my 2 cents. But yeah, I don't know. If this was my dude, I'd be like, what the fuck? You know? Somebody else had another one. Somebody else had another like really good one. Hold on. This guy's got like a collection. This guy's got a fucking... Where was the other one? Where's this motherfucker at? I think he's got another one where he's like, he's posing with Gallant. It's like, dude, you ran the numbers, brother. You were making all the friends. You were getting in there and doing the damn thing. So you've got, hold on, I think this is, this is safe to scroll. This dude, bless his little heart. You've got all the fucking hallmarks of just a fucking completely good guy. You know what I mean? He's a uniter, not a divider. Why would you not like him? He's got Jared Kushner backing him up. Numerous campaign, like Jared Kushner of the Trump family, notably looked at Cory Booker and was like, that's my guy. That's my dog. Why would you not back somebody like that? You've got, here's the other one. Here's just a fucking awesome situation here. You've got Yoav Gallant, the guy that said we're going to cut everything off because everything inside of Gaza, everybody's a fucking animal. Just buddies, dude. Buddies, the besties. Fucking just Wonder Twin powers activate. I can't in this picture, I can't even tell which one is Cory Booker and which one's Yoav Gallant. It's like they were separated at birth. Why would I, it seems like this is a good guy. It just seems like, yeah, why not? You know what I mean? The replies and quote tweets show a lot of leftists are just Nazis now. I'm sorry. Hold on. Where is it? Where's that fuck? Where's the other one? I thought the libs at a bare minimum. Were like, that guy's a piece of shit. And I'm talking about Netanyahu, obviously. I thought the libs at a bare minimum understood that guy's a fucking piece of shit. Because we want to save the reputation of
Israel. Do you love Israel?
And in order to do that, we have to say that it is entirely one bad man. It's just one bad dude. So at a bare minimum, if we're pointing out that he's homies with that one bad dude and one of his former fucking henchmen that helped design all of the bad shit that has occurred inside of Gaza to a large extent was right in there, just giving just pep talks to the fucking troops, telling them to get in there, children of all that shit, doing all that. I thought at a bare minimum we could agree that these two motherfuckers are really bad, but I guess calling this shit out is like, we're just Nazis. That's it. That's all. You know, fucking, yeah, fuck it. Why not? In a just society, taking this photo and fucking plastering it all over the interwebs and every place you could, I'd get billboards. I'd get billboards made and fucking put that shit everywhere. If I had money, I wouldn't have money. If I had money, I wouldn't have money. Because that's the shit I would spend my money on. Anybody that fucking posed for, I don't give a fuck how old that picture is. If this picture exists for fucking anybody, if there was one of like Hassan somewhere, I'd be like, fuck him too. Everywhere, billboards, everywhere. Every politician, billboards. The fuck you mean, oh, leftists are just Nazis now? Fuck off. Anyway, welcome to the stream. That was impromptu, by the way. You just mentioned Cory Booker, and I'm like, I had a fuck that guy just right here. You know what I mean? Just right in here, right here. It was clawing out. It was like, it just came out right into the surface. Anyway, a bunch of little shit tonight. And then one bigger piece. We've got Matt Walsh. He's going to let us know all about the evil, insidious nature of the DSA leadership. I have a hunch he's going to sound like numerous other liberals that we've heard. We're going to check that out. Watch a little bit of it. It's probably going to be fucking stupid as shit. But what else we have? You know what the fuck I have. You know what it is. You know what we do around here is that when my bald nemesis does have a stream of note, a stream worth mentioning, and it was all the things today that fucking pissed me off, but like typically it's the typical shit that fucking irritates me, right? Hold on. So, but I guess this was something else that occurred.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did it.
What's up, man? How you doing?
He has a new bestie, I guess. So what's happened? I'm just going to go out on a limb. I don't know what the numbers are of like how bad H3H3 has sunk, right? And I feel like he's in a lot of ways, he's ended up not too dissimilar from like Destiny. Like Ethan's got no friend. He's got no compadres left. And the neatest thing about Hutch is that Hutch will go wherever. Like Hutch is like, fuck it. You know what? If you hate Hassan, I'm your guy. He does the legwork daily. He just gets in there. And now if you don't have any friends and you're on the decline, Hutch is like, hey, I'll do shit with you. He's friendly. How can you hate a friendly person? You know what I mean? So yeah, libovers. So we'll get to this. This is going to be a while. So, but I want to go over some other shit. Couple of thises and that's. I got some thises, I got some that's. You guys want some thises and that's? Doesn't matter. We're having lots of thises and that's any fucking way. Dude, fuck yeah. Dude, we love her. We love Adri. Adri's this shit. I don't smile good. I don't have a good, well, I look dopey as fuck when I smile, but yeah, fuck yeah. All right, fuck it. Go with that. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. I look the way I look. You know what I mean? Anyway. He's so fucking, I love her. You know, it's like, it's another thing. It's like the ability to find the time to do that. She's a trooper. She's a champion. She's a champion. I should watch the clip at a bare minimum. Oh my God. Oh my God. The sound, the noise. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. Oh, sorry. I have earbuds in and that hurt. So I only can imagine what the fuck just happened in your home. Let's see. Dude, that crowd is insane though. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's crazy. Mark, did you see that?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
It's funny.
What's up, people?
It's such bullshit. He just wants to fucking help people.
How you want to do it?
Anyway. The queen. Fucking queen, dude. Aww. Aww. Oh no, she retweeted that. Why did she do that? Yeah, whatever. Fuck it. We're not going to pay attention. We're just going to stay low viewers off the radar. Retweeted the screenshot. God damn it. Anyway. All right. So I've also made another internet friend, and I wanted to watch her highlight reel just for funsies, just as an opener, just a little something. You know what I mean? So this is Madeline Somerville. I still have her convo. It was like an hour-long convo with Hassan, but I haven't watched it yet. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Last 2 weeks of fucking work have been dog shit for me. Dude, he has lost. Is that the same guy? What's his name? Glau? He looks like he's lost crazy weight. That can't be the same guy.
DEI, I think, is that the assumption becomes if you get rid of all the people of color and the women, that regardless of who put them in those positions, that they're not qualified for them. No matter what test they took, if you're a woman or a person of color in a high position, that you've got to go because you for sure didn't meet the standards, which is not.
Yeah, it's bullshit. DEI was always meant to be a standards of widening the net as much as possible to ensure that you're getting as wide of a cross section of potential candidates as you can possibly get. That's always what the fuck it was. It was never any sort of affirmative action ever.
True. DEI is for recruiting. It's not for giving a lower standard to pass a test.
Yeah, I think the more that we talk about the protests that are happening outside, the less we're talking about the human rights violations that are occurring inside the building. The people who are inside the building are being denied access to their medications. They're only getting
We don't know that.
We absolutely do, because the sitting congressperson had to ask for a court order to get into the facility that he oversees. And then when he went in there, they were not being.
There's been people that have come back from like American citizens that just didn't have their ID or whatever in the moment. They got tossed into some of these ICE places, and they're talking about it. It seems like a goddamn I don't know. It's not a prison in any sense. It's like entirely worse. You've got circumstances where like people are just packed into like cages, like indoor chain link fenced off cages, standing room only, like one toilet if that. There's people that are just there was I need to go back and find it at some point. There was a testimony where a gal gave that she just described like being stuck for 8 hours and not even being able to use the bathroom. And just god awful, insane treatment of just how packed and tight of quarters it was. It's harrowing to listen to what they're doing to people on American soil.
Being given access to their medications that they need, and that all the reports of worms in the food were true. And we also know that Trump just appointed the head of the GEO group to be the head of ICE. So that's crony capitalism at its finest. I feel like if we're going to talk about these people, 1 in 10 of whom, I'm sorry,
Madeline,
1 in 10 of whom are in
want-
custody right now are here legally, they're just waiting on their court hearing, are being treated without human dignity.
So all I'm saying is,
Yeah. She was I have it saved. I haven't watched it yet. It's an hour. She was on with Hassan on the 20th. I am going to sit down and watch this again. I saw parts of it, but like I'm a busy boy. But I have it saved. I have it bookmarked.
Don't. They're terrible.
They were so nice to me.
Yeah. Also, wait, introduce your guest. I already did. Madeline Somerville. Madeline, how would you describe your experience and your background to our audience?
So, but I want to watch more of this.
if you had somebody else saying the exact same thing, would you make the same argument? Can you say that honestly? And can you be intellectually honest about that?
You're against all immigration?
No, of course not. And I'm not against H-1Bs either. What I'm against is pretending that you are somebody that you're not, pretending that you believe in something that you're not, trying to sell the American people on something and pretend like you were supporting it the entire time, and then putting you guys in a position to defend something that you definitely wouldn't defend if it were any other person.
You said you're America first. I just don't think that they're mutually exclusive. You can be America first and also recognize that there may be times you could import talent from other countries that makes America stronger. We've done that for decades.
But that's
yeah, but most of the circumstances, especially when they're getting like coders and shit like that, they put them into insanely like. There were circumstances I remember people talking about when all the H-1 visa shit was popping off, where it was basically like, we're going to bring you in, you're going to do this like tech related job, you're going to live here on the compound where all of the development is occurring, and it basically, if you bitch at all, we're going to send you back. Like that's they get them in such a capacity to where it's like a lot of these circumstances, maybe not all, but a lot of them ended up sounding like indentured servitude in some capacity. Because they have their ability to stay in the country just hanging by a thread.
Donald Trump's position.
It's literally what he just said.
Today.
There are plenty of reasons not to vote for Graham Plattner, but none of these scandals are one of them. And frankly, this is for the voters to decide.
What Caroline just said makes perfect sense to me, because if somebody on the Republican side had done what Graham Plattner did, Republicans would say, you know what, I'm willing to overlook it in order to move the MAGA movement forward. Democrats are supposed to be the ones that say, we're not willing to do that because we don't want people who have those kinds of values, who we don't trust to do the right thing when nobody's watching, to be the ones who are in power, who are making policy for innocent people. That's supposed to be a thing that Republicans are willing to overlook, not Democrats.
Well, to be fair, I don't have any Nazi tattoos.
I just want to make it clear that
Called out dead to rights, ultimately, because again, if all it would take is honestly is for him to be a Republican, and for all the markers, all of this sort of outward presenting tough guy, macho, military background, even the fucking tattoo. If he was a Republican, he would have been wholeheartedly fucking embraced by the entirety of the party. They would have used the exact same arguments, but they would have wholeheartedly endorsed the fact that, hey, Marines get dumb shit tattooed on them all the time and they don't know what the fuck they're getting. They wouldn't have shied away at all from the any of his like tours, or especially him going back and doing Blackwater. Like, they would have embraced all of it. It's just the fact that he had the foreign policy takes that he did, and that he ultimately had it in for billionaires. And that's like, no, that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable.
Well, to be fair, I don't have any Nazi tattoos.
I just want to make it clear that 73.6%, and that's actually a statistic that's been confirmed by two separate independent organizations, of the people that are currently in ICE detention have no criminal record. And in fact, according to the Texas statistics, actually less than 1% of illegal immigrants who are in this country, or illegal or undocumented, which is two different categories, have ever been arrested for a violent crime. So when she's saying that they're picking up all of these people who are criminals, that's not true. It's just wrong.
They're literally just grabbing people off the street. That's it. That's all that they've been ever. it's not like for the most part any of these are overtly. It's not like the people that they've been targeting have like known criminal records, that they've got these rap sheets and we need to go get the back, because the truth be told, they'd be going to get them anyway. It wouldn't have taken a Trump administration. If there was somebody that had that kind of background, they would have been going after them. Obama had it set in place to where the mechanisms for deportation and shit, he specifically set out to make sure that the only people that they did go after were criminals, were violent criminals. He was the deporter in chief for sure, but it was also because partially they changed some of the definitions for what would trigger a deportation regardless. They made the definition essentially like more broad in scope. But ultimately, the idea is that he never used anybody. What's up, Flunky? They never used the same mechanisms to literally put the broadest net possible to fucking go after people.
And to characterize them all as violent is just wrong. And the
fucking paintball gun
would be because it would make it easier for people to say, you know what, whatever human rights violations are occurring, we don't really care because they're all just criminals. We can just say goodbye to them because they don't matter. So I just want to encourage people to remember that that's not who we're attacking. By the way, we also have arrested 172 U.S. citizens.
I'd be curious to get into some of those statistics. Of course, Madeline, you're well versed in the statistics. I would love to know who those sources are with respect to coming out.
She said source. Can you back that up with sources? Those statistics are great. We'd like to know that you didn't just make them up, girlfriend. That's fucking amazing. Source on Newsmax. Source.
Absolutely. It was the Cato Institute and Trace. The Cato Institute and Trace looked at ICE data, and they got the same stat.
The thing is, I think, Madeline, I understand your pushback. However, this is in the best interest of not just the United States, but also our allies. And I think there's a lot of backdoor conversation. I think there's a lot of backdoor conversations happening in our best interest, not just for the U.S., but
Greenland. No, it would be the best for all of us if we just took somebody else's land, bro. Trust. People way smarter than us, with only our best interest at heart, have their eyeballs set on another piece of land that's not ours. So we just need to take it. We need to just go, they know best. That's crazy.
But also our allies. What's wrong with that, Madeline?
None of them agree with you. Please don't pretend that you think the United States cares about anyone's sovereignty or independence when you're saying, no, I don't care what you want. I'm going to assert my will upon you. The largest mineral deposits in the world outside of China are in Greenland. So y'all tell me what you think is going on here.
Well, that's crazy. That shows you like journalism in America, the idea of the fourth estate, the idea of, holding, truth to power, being critical of the people in authority, trying to find what truth looks like. And it's like, no, Madeline, listen, Madeline, booby, baby, come here. That's great and all, a lot of statistics, but listen, Trump's really smart. Okay. Trump is really smart. And more importantly, he's got our best interest at heart. And even if it doesn't make a lot of sense, we need to just trust. Okay. Because you know something, Madeline? Let me tell you something. Because around here on Newsmax, one thing for sure that we know when it comes to Donald J. Trump is that Donald J. Trump has the best interest of the American people at heart. And the worst thing that we could ever do when it comes to our big, beautiful orange president is to question his motives. Sure, there's a lot of rare earth minerals in Greenland, but there's also a need for freedom. Those people up there in them green hills of Greenland, where it's nice and green, they yearn for democracy that only America can. I finally made a soundboard button. That's I was wanting to flex, and it just seemed like a good time. I can just hit it now. I'm so happy. Anyway.
The thing is, we got to leave it there.
People thought that if someone even considered voting for Donald Trump, that they were lost to the Democratic Party, that there was just no way that they could possibly vote for a Democrat. And that was false. The point is that...
Oh my God. I love her. Hold on, one more time. I want to hear that again. Hold on.
What is going on here?
Well, the thing is, we got to leave it there.
People thought that if someone even considered voting for Donald Trump, that they were lost to the Democratic Party, that there was just no way that they could possibly vote for a Democrat. And that was false. The point is that they just didn't know who they could trust. And also,
So why do I say that? Why do I point that out? Why am I running with this? Why am I running with this for the moment? Why am I trying to show you guys this? Because this fucker. Hold on. Where is it? Right here. This fucking loser. MAGA is not relevant now. The fight against them was in 2024 and we lost. People who sweep for socialists are either disgusting anti-democracy haters or idiots. It's stupid to fearmonger over MAGA right now to sweep for socialists. Fucking, the dude is like, yeah, even though they still have a trifecta, and there's one of the things he keeps saying over and over again is if you, whatever happened in 2024, that's the line in the sand, and you're gone at this point. There's no sense in trying to reach out to you again. There's no sense in ever trying to talk to you. There's no sense in ever trying to say, well, where were you at in 2024? What was your thought processes? What have you learned since? What could we discuss? What could we talk to you about in order to get you to a place where we could all be essentially on the same team in 2028? Nope. This dumb motherfucker wants to sit there and basically say like, no, it's the team has been decided. 2024 decide the team and the door is closed. The book is shut. Fuck you. I hate this, but I love this. Because the whole point is supposed to be, how do we fucking fix it for next time? How do we circle up the wagons? What is it we have to change? What is it we have to do? You could have a future where like, let's hypothetical, okay? You could have a future where like DSA was like fucking just killing it across the board. And then some election down the road, they fuck up. They just fuck up. They lose to a Republican. It's a big moment. The idea is supposed to be, let's fucking figure out why people didn't trust us in this moment. A lot of people have mixed opinions on Walz, but he did have this one fucking amazing point that he made when he went on, I think it was CNN with Jake Tapper, and he basically said, we have to figure out where we went wrong and essentially like why people didn't trust us. And we have to fix that. And when he said we, he meant the party. He meant anybody that's a Democrat. The notion of like, well, that was the moment and you didn't get it right, so now I'm going to look down my nose at you for fucking ever is insane. She knows the right fucking answer. The whole point is people can vote however they end up voting, and then you dust yourself off, you pick yourself up, and you move towards the next fucking moment and try to convince people that your shit is worth reconsidering. But he doesn't want to do that. So many people don't want to do that. They just want to find ways to like metagame and fucking try to grab on for power and shit, as opposed to how do we reconnect with fucking voters in a way that gets them excited? She's awesome. That alone right there, I'm glad I watched this. Honestly, somebody that can articulate that is fucking money.
Considered voting for Donald Trump, that they were lost to the Democratic Party, that there was just no way that they could possibly vote for a Democrat. And that was false. The point is that they just didn't know who they could trust. And also because they were able to split their ballots a lot, young people could codify the right to abortion in their state and then vote for Trump if they wanted to. The Democratic Party is always targeting that 1/3 of Americans who don't vote, rather than targeting the swing voter, which is what Donald Trump did, and that's what won him the election. If they're going to still target that 1/3 of Americans, they need to give an inspirational message. You can't just say, be scared of Trump. People who don't come out to vote already think their vote doesn't matter. You're not going to scare them into voting. No, and I think AOC's...
And that's the one thing, like, I don't think she's necessarily trying to sell DSA with this language, right? I think she's just trying to do like an in general, here's where campaign strategy should be different or whatever, right? But, shit. What did I miss? Did I fuck up? What's happening? Imagination scene. Hello. My little fucking doodad here didn't pick up the. Hold on. Not grabbing the YouTube, like the YouTubes, the fucking YouTubes. Well, hopefully it goes further from there. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Anyway. This That caption? No, it fucking doesn't. Some of a bitch. What happened? Proactive. Reload. Okay, it looks like it's. Oh, that's a downer. I gotta figure this out. Because it's not grabbing the YouTubes. The fucking YouTubes. I'll just move this over. That way I can keep it. Yeah, sorry about that, imagination scene. If I missed you, that wasn't intentional. Anyway, the left's idea is to get people that don't usually vote to vote, but corporate Dems beg Republicans to switch, and then we'll bend over backwards for them. Which also alienates the fucking... in chasing after moderates, you end up alienating some cross-section, because as things get more polarized and the Republican Party gets more gross, trying to woo those voters almost certainly guarantees that you turn away people that you were just taking for granted, essentially.
Answer was perfect, which was, I don't think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is the appropriate person to be making policy for Jewish people. Right? And as a Jewish person, I take that very seriously. I've never trusted Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think that she and Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes.
Dude. Nice. Okay, anyway.
Are working together to pick up all the MAGA defectors. They've known this for some time, and that's their plan, and they're just not to be trusted.
I mean, I told people, I kind of took the exact same approach that like Sam and Emma did. If you want to come to me and talk about the vote or ask who I think you should vote for or the weight of your vote and have that sort of electoral politics conversation, I told people to vote for Kamala. I did. I ended up not voting for her because I knew she was going to win my state. I just knew that was a hat. I knew that was going to be a thing. I knew electoral college was not going to fail me. I took a risk. It was still a risk. I wasn't wrong. And part of, in the back of my head, there was just like, it still felt like I was rewarding somebody for not being on the right side of history. The calculus I still stand by was that she was going to be easier to push with political pressure, protests, things of that nature than Trump ever was. Trump doesn't give a shit. Trump doesn't give a shit, didn't give a shit, is not going to give a shit anytime soon. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Kamala was the choice that you could, even if this big ol' ass noggin of mine was capable of reading her brain Professor X style, and even if she thought exactly the same, identically to Trump, if you were to fucking Professor X into her head and ask her what she really thought about Palestinians, and her thought processes were exactly the same as Trump, I still say she would have been more movable with public pressure than Trump ever would end up being. And it's not to say that that's a positive trait or that she's more empathetic or caring or anything like that. It's just she's more of a politician that ultimately would be movable by enough sort of public sentiment. Trump is more easily bought off, though. Yeah, but who's buying him off? Who's the billionaire mega donor that's going to buy him a $400 million jet on the contingency that he actually helps make sure that like Palestinians get decent rights and shit? Nobody's doing that. That's not a thing. Anna Kasparian tried to say the same shit, and it's not. Look, having a kind heart that has the intentionality to want to try to think up even the least likely thing, but it would be something different. I understand that thought process, but there's just no shot. It did help that she wasn't going to win my state no matter what, but I didn't tell people that what I was doing or what they. Yeah, I mean that's it. I didn't. The notion that you should just be like, you have to fucking do that. Like, no, you don't get anybody with that. The biggest thing to not do if the person that you're talking to was concerned about Gaza at all, and that was part of their logic or their calculus for not wanting to vote for her, or at least wanting to hang on to the last fucking second. And I have thoughts about that shit as well when it comes down to it, by simple virtue of the fact that like, if you're using your leverage, this was the other thing that so many different fucking libs were basically doing was like, okay, You waited until the last day. Now it's time to toe the line. She outweighted you. So now you have to do the right thing. You got ignored. Your leverage meant nothing. So now you have to go ahead and vote for her anyway. That doesn't make any fucking sense. If you were using your leverage and she doesn't do the fucking thing, you have to continue the trend and you have to not vote for her. Otherwise, literally your leverage means nothing. That's actually what leverage is. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. The Democratic establishment, whoever makes it into that final spot, they are going to have near unlimited resources at their disposal. They will always be able to outweight your ass 100% of the time. They can hold their breath for longer than you. And when the time comes, they're going to say on that last day, all right, you lost. Your leverage meant nothing. I have more money, more resources. I can outweight you. You had your moment. You had your moment and you marched with your little fucking protest signs. Oh, now go vote for me. Go vote for me. I had more money. I outweighed you. Go vote for me. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't care. The reason that I put that fucking Wall Street story in front of everybody so often was to show, and it doesn't register with anybody, but it's to explicitly show the very idea that she was more concerned about bringing C-suite people onto the stage at the DNC than Ruwa Rahmani, a Palestinian woman that was going to fucking glaze the shit out of Kamala anyway, for a 5-minute speech that they already vetted. They already knew what the fuck she was going to say. And that's another thing that people like Hutch piss me off because they're like, they're just not going to just let anybody, just any random person. Dude, obviously they weren't going to. They were going to vet the person. They were going to make sure they were going to load the speech onto a fucking Chiron. Do you think the person, by virtue of the fact that they're Palestinian, that they're going to like start fucking or whatever the fuck and start screaming or you know, say some inherent slur on Kamala's name? Fuck no, because that would be a death sentence towards getting any help whatsoever. The person that was supposed to speak on behalf of the uncommitted movement was a lifetime committed state level Democrat. Helped other people get fucking elected, helped other people get into the fucking, get into office, believed vehemently in the Democratic Party, fucking sung the songs, sold the praises, fucking climbed every hill, screamed from the mountaintops that the Democrats are awesome. And when the time came to help participate in sending a signal that Kamala was worth voting for, her campaign went like this. And then said, we got a venture capital guy that we're going to bring on to put in that fucking spot. What do you do? The fuck do you do with that? That's like, we don't care. We don't care. 5 minutes is all it would have taken. Too risky. And it came out. I know I've seen it. I don't have it at my fingertips. I've saved things, but I don't have that saved. But I think it was even Richie Torres in a fucking article said that it was Kamala's campaign's decision to fucking not put that woman on stage. They were working with her right up until the end, and then they went, nah. Never mind. No. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, yeah, fucking Madeline's the shit. Maddie's hot takes. Maddie's hot takes over there. Let me link her fucking Twitter. Let me go get her Twitter account over there. She's awesome. Awesome. Here, hold on. Profile. Boop, boop. Dude, Enemy Charlie followed me. That's fucking awesome. Anyway. Twitter's dumb, but like sometimes when you just rant enough and when you just go, let me put it this way. There was a wrestler that I liked. He's not in the WWE anymore, but he's on the indie circuit now. He's doing pretty good for himself. Okay. He's like, he's on, MLW. And I would, it's not glazing if you mean it. Glazing to me is like when it's somebody that doesn't fucking deserve it, right? But it's not glazing if you mean it. And I would go like, this dude has all of the menacing fucking, he's got the physique, he's got the skill set, he's tatted up, he's fucking menacing. But when you do give him the mic and give him the opportunity to fucking talk shit, He's got all the same believability that like Steve Austin had. Don't care. I stand by that. So anytime I could, I'd be like, WWE, this is the dude. You gotta give the dude his credit, bro. He's a good dude. I want more of him on the TV. I did that enough times. He ended up following me. After he did, I thought, oh fuck, I gotta stop. There was a thought process in my head of like, I gotta be normal. Like I gotta chill. I gotta be normal. I want to preserve this. But I thought, you know what? No, fuck that. And I kept being exactly. I retweeted the shit I wanted to retweet. I talked the shit I wanted to talk. I've put focus on the things I wanted to put focus on. Never unfollowed me. Like, fuck yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that's real shit. You know, at some point he saw something political I put across the timeline and he just went, he either disagreed and didn't give a fuck, or in my head canon, he fucking agreed. The idea is this: Twitter is dumb and stupid, but occasionally when you have the ability to fucking, become like a mutual with somebody that you think is cool as shit and they stick around, that's a good feeling. That's a good feeling. Because it's like, it's somebody that's done shit in their respective field. They're cool. And then they see your weird little timeline and they're like, I appreciate that person. And it's just nice. We're not besties or anything by any stretch of the fucking imagination. I'm not saying anything like that. But when you do come across those people and they stick around, that's neat. I just like that. Anyway, let's get on with the shit. I don't know. That was a weird rant. Hey, we like making fun of Jillian Michaels.
Calling from a 508 area code.
Oh my fuck me, fuck sideways. God damn it. My audio is everywhere tonight. What the
which is a central Massachusetts area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Mike from Grafton.
Grafton! What's up, Mike?
Well, first I want to say that it's not Brian's fault that the Red Sox lost. It was mine. I was at the game for my bachelor party.
Oh, shit.
And I think I brought the vibe down because I would not take my shirt off like all the people wanted me to.
I also was not taking my shirt off.
That was my fault.
All right, well, we need
to... Sometimes you gotta go tarps off, boys. Sometimes you gotta go tarps off, otherwise your team ends up fucking losing over there. You know what I mean?
Eventually when
we need to test this thesis. But, all right.
Yeah. I did when they scored the third run, but then they took it back because the ground rule double.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
That was a shame.
About taking your shirt off for that?
Yeah, but I have too many tattoos that I feel like guys from Boston would want to fight me over.
Like what?
Just like, kind of lefty stuff.
Yankees stuff?
No.
All right.
Some issues with police are tattooed on.
He's probably got like fuck 12 written somewhere on him.
All right, go ahead. What's on your mind aside from your Brian apologia?
Yeah, I'm surprised that you guys haven't been, keeping it real lately. Or I mean, it's kind of a while ago. I've been trying to call in about this, but on Jillian Michaels' show, she had Ben Burgess on like a couple months ago now. And I just thought there's pretty funny clips in there. One of them, like, she does not really use AI during it, unlike your debate, but she just has a bunch of papers all over her desk. Like, it seems like Ben kind of asked her to do that. She was there in person. But the one time she does use AI is she's asking him about, I think it's the Jonestown colony, and she read some AI thing that said that Glenn Beck called it some pseudo socialism, which then Ben Burgess was like,
the Jonestown shit was it was a cult that they killed. That's where the drink the Kool-Aid comes from. It was a cult that the cult leader, when he was on the verge of getting busted, they spiked this Kool-Aid and then handed it out to everybody and said you had to drink the punch. And they made a movie about this shit. I don't remember the bulk of it, but I remember.
Okay, what? It will be okay.
It's not okay.
It's not okay. You got to give these people okay.
Groovy Jamaican. Thank you for the phone. But I just remember this one final scene towards the end where there was like two big dudes that were holding this one smaller guy down and making him drink like the poison Kool-Aid. The movie is fucking old as shit, but that's if you're wondering, like, when they start talking about Jonestown shit, it's like cult stuff. So she's basically trying to say that like socialism is a cult, and then you end up like Jonestown or some shit like that.
What does that mean? And she's like, well, I thought you would know what that means. Like, no, that's just this AI thing made that up.
She also I watched this debate. She also brought up the Jamestown colony as which
Jamestown.
Yeah, Glenn Peck mentioned the Jamestown colony as a form of a communism, which like you can read the contracts that the settlers signed with like the Massachusetts Bay Company or the Virginia Company, whatever the company was in Britain that was chartered. Like they had to.
It sounded like he said Jonestown at first, and I didn't know the clip he was referring to.
And export. Like it was literally a capitalist.
There's nothing in here where they show a clip. That's disappointing. Well, hold on. We can listen to the rest of it anyway.
Private enterprise that grew into a country, basically. But yeah, it was a pretty funny debate. Ben did a good job with her. She made an argument about Karl Marx and like how good could he have been because nobody went to his funeral. Which.
Oh, jeez. Well, I mean,
clearly, did they see how many people attended Charlie Kirk's funeral? Infinitely better man. Charlie Kirk 1, Karl Marx 0. Obviously. Duh.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I mean, I guess she's not that relevant, so not the biggest thing, but I was surprised that you guys never talked about that.
Yeah, that's a producer failure. Appreciate the call.
Forgot about her, to be honest.
Yeah, sorry, Matt. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah, he
I like watching her shit just because it turns around how closely she aligns with a bunch of the fucking liberals that I can't stand. Like how much her talking points and theirs end up sounding so fucking identical, but one of them is just a Trump supporter, and then the others are supposed to be trying to fight to stop Trump, even though technically one of them is basically saying Trump's not a threat anymore. The threat is already gone. Not worth fighting them anymore. Fucking so stupid.
That's not what they're really about. Fox News contributor and former FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino joins me now. It can't be what they're about, Dan.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. He fucking left a prominent position inside the federal government because basically the popularity and the polling for the administration was taking such a shit that he wanted to go back to podcasting. He wanted to go back to being an internet figure or a guest commentator on Fox. That's amazing. You have the dream job you always wanted, and then you fucking get there. This position of prominence, and you fuck up so bad that you're like, I'm going to put in my resignation. I want to go back to like a guest spot on Fox and being a podcaster. So amazing. Good for, you know what? Good for him.
They're not simply looking out for the working class and the working man. We have seen this over and over. These are the entitled, educated, downwardly mobile, grew up rich kids of America who
they're going to show. Okay. I'm hold on. I bet you I know what this is. There was a tweet. Oh, okay. And it's also shitting on his son. There was a tweet about Mamdani where it showed him in the mix of a DSA meeting, but they cut the photo down the middle and then they combined it so that it took Mamdani out of the photo. And then there was it was a predominantly group of like white people. There were some people of color mixed in, but they fucked with it in such a position that it was like, it was so obvious what they were trying to do.
Nearing the DSA.
Yeah, you basically have two subsets of people in this socialist branch of the New Democrat Party. You have obviously the straight up evil ones mocking the
evil, like the fruits of the devil. How is it evil, dude? How is it evil? How is it evil? They want to basically say, I guess this guy's parents are loaded. But if you're turning around, the one thing I've never understood, if you're stepping forward, you come from money and you're like, tax the fucking shit out of my parents, tax the shit out of me, give people health care. They go, this guy's a fraud. He's trying to grab political power. Fuck this guy. He's a liar. He's a loser. Don't do that. We need to give tax breaks to the wealthy instead. I've never understood that fucking logic.
Tragic death of our friend Charlie Kirk, like Hassan Piker did in that video you played. Well, there's not enough words or adjectives. It's just evil. I don't have another way to describe that. So if you're a Democrat out there, a prominent Democrat, elected Democratic Party leader or an activist, Hassan Piker and his candidates are using your brand and your movement. It's not good enough to say, well, listen, we're a Big Ten party and we have a lot of different ideas. Yeah, one of them includes celebrating celebrating the murder of a prominent political activist on the right. Like, that's kind of a big deal. Like, the quality.
You know what's wild about this? This song has become a meme. This song was a meme to begin with. This song was silly. The AI versions of it actually have more relevance. Revere? What's the fucking word I'm looking for? Like, when I hear that, here, I'm going to keep it a buck with you for just a half a second. Reverence. Thank you. Holy fuck. I'm having one of those days. It's an old person day. Here's the deal. I'm not lying to you when I say what I'm about to say.
He stood unshaken.
I like this song.
Voice in the storm.
I like this cut of it.
A man of
It's heartwarming. I don't necessarily think of Kirk, but I like this song.
spoke the truth when the cost was high.
This is a good song.
He lived for
Why would I hate this song?
unafraid to die.
Sometimes
We are Charlie Kirk.
the meme fucking loops back on itself and you end up fucking liking the song.
We'll honor his
This is an uplifting, heartwarming thing now. It wasn't to begin with. It was a fucking joke at first. It was a joke at first. Now this is cool.
We'll make heaven known.
That's how memes work. That's how communities grab on to certain shit and they hold on to it, and sometimes they make it their fucking own. I love this version. I do, unironically. It's not necessarily because I'm giving reverence to Charlie Kirk, but in a lot of ways, I'm carrying the flame more than any of his fucking people do. I'm unironically probably talking about this motherfucker without putting a spit on his name more frequently per week than anybody else does. Grand scheme of things, right? Sometimes certain things outlive and turn into other meanings and other fucking, building blocks that go beyond what they were originally intended. This was never about fucking celebrating his death or laughing at his death or mocking his death or any of this shit. This is a stooge. This is a fucking absolute puppet. He probably means this, but whether he means it or not doesn't fucking matter. He's got to say this shit because that's what's needed to be said by the Republicans in the moment. But this is all fucking bullshit. It's like to say that, no, it definitely means that that Hassan has regularly in front of 40,000 people celebrated and cheered the murder. Like, no, he didn't. Fuck you.
Or lack of the idea matters under that brand. So that's just the evil component of it. The second subset, which you addressed, is this other guy who lives in a $1.5 million home. These are just straight up frauds. These are the Bernie Sanders of the world, the millionaires, okay? These people are fake, phony. You have to ask.
Bernie Sanders is 123 years old. If by the age of 123 in America, USA, if you don't have 3 homes because you wrote a book, is there no level of acceptable self-accomplishment to where you're allowed to have nice shit? The entire reason that people talk about socialism, communism, or any isms is because the idea is you shouldn't be able to hold somebody else down, take all of the fucking value from what they put into the world, and hoard it for yourself. That's what anybody that's fucking advocating for any sort of leftist shit is preaching on. But this notion that you can't have nice shit if you believe in leftist principles at all is so fucking inherently stupid. The whole point is so that you get the most for your effort, that you get to take home as much of the fucking spoils of what you fucking put into as possible. Democratic socialism, or especially when it comes to a more democratized workplace, it's not to say that you suddenly get as much of a fucking vote as anybody else, but if it means maybe for once in your workplace, you get a little bit more of a vote. You get a little bit more of an input. Even if you're a fucking janitor, maybe you get to pick what kind of fucking mops you get moving forward or whatever. The idea is that you get more buy-in to the place where you put your fucking efforts. These dipshits want to make it out like there's some nefariousness here or something. It's just so stupid. If you're not a hardcore capitalist, then you got to take a vow of fucking poverty, obviously. That's why they'll never actually engage with anything we think or any of the writing that we take from. And I don't even think you need to take from the writing. You don't have to read theory. It's just it's almost like a schoolyard principle of like whoever, varying degrees, but whoever puts effort into the fucking class project, you all, maybe you put in 10% more than me, and maybe you do deserve 10% more, but something that is more grounded in reality, as opposed to the notion that there is somebody that works 3,000% harder than you. So therefore, they work at the same company for the same shit. They make the same product, but they get 3,000 times more the pay than you. There's no universe where that should make any sense or actually be something that happens.
Ask yourself, if you're a reasonable, common sense person watching the program right now, how does the policy you're prescribing to people, high taxes, government monopolies on schools, government-run healthcare, how does it survive for
government monopolies on schools? The fuck does that mean? When you take everybody and you put them into predominantly the same school system, you know what happens? The rich people go, I'm not sending my kid to a poor school, so I better go ahead and pump resources into my school district so that everybody's kids get the same shit. So that everybody's kids fucking benefit. As opposed to like the charter school program and the for-profit, I almost said fucking prison, like the for-profit private education schools. They actually participate in taking money out of those systems so that the poor kids that need the help, what's left is a fucking stripped and barren school for them to go to. It's so fucked. But monopoly on schools. No one's fucking saying that. While the Republicans turn around and try to figure out a way to fucking pay less money so that the schools can be shittier. So that you barely have people that are smart enough to fucking pull levers at the factory or whatever the fuck. They want people just smart enough to like use apps and fucking give them your personal info so they can train AI models and shit. They just need you to do this finger, just app buttons.
First contact with the real world? Because there is no contact with the real world for these people because they don't have any contact with the real world. The only ones prescribed.
Meanwhile, no contact with the real world. Meanwhile, all of these photos are like people being out in public. People being out in public, organizing, door knocking, intermixing with the real world while this guy is doing like a studio shoot. Okay.
Stuff are rich liberal millionaires and insulated silver spoon babies like this kid. There is no contact with the real world for them. It would fall apart.
Dan, just before we go, if you had to guess, I'll give you my estimation. Tell me what you think yours are. That secondary crew, the Gustavo Gudillo part of it, that's the dime a dozen. I think it's actually a good thing that I'm going to say the Hassan Pikers are the 2 a dozen. Two can ruin a whole barrel, right? 2 bad apples can ruin the whole barrel. But it's primarily made up of frauds and idiots and only secondarily made up of the true evil, like you point out, that is what we're hearing from Hassan Piker.
Yeah. Such bizarre usages of this like good and evil type shit. Evil is when you have a system that you're completely okay with where people fall through the cracks and just get fucking lost in the mix. They're just gone. You fall below a certain marker on the fucking ladder, you're just gone. You don't matter anymore. Poof. The suffering that you have as an American citizen in these here US of A, United States, doesn't matter. No one cares about you anymore. You're an acceptable statistic. We've all seen it, and you don't have the individualized ability to fucking take somebody into your home and fucking clean them up and just go, you know what, you live here now. So we all just continue with our day. We pretend that those people don't exist because you're afraid that you're next. The system is evil. That's evil. The people that are trying to fucking speak to that and basically say that we should be doing better for everybody in this country, that's not evil. That's just telling the fucking truth. Evil. Oh, they're evil. These people are evil. How? Talk about the fucking policy then. They're just like Mao. These are Hitlerian people that want fucking healthcare.
I mean, but the problem is the evil's got a big megaphone, you know, Will? I don't disagree with you. I certainly wouldn't say like a working class Democrat in West Virginia who's, you know, a miner, a coal miner or something is evil. You're never going to hear those words come out of mine. We vote different, but I don't think you're necessarily evil. However, the evil ones are the ones with these big megaphones saying these insane things that are polluting the minds of young and impressionable kids out there who believe this guy's some kind of a role.
I'm not young. I'm not impressionable. I've been watching this motherfucker for a long time. I've seen the arc that he's been on as a person. I've seen the shit that he's advocated for. I was there when he was telling jokes about Lady Gaga that even I didn't understand at the time, because there were certain concepts about folks out there in the universe that just I didn't get. I didn't understand. Over time, I've seen him going from playing a character in a comedic sketch and making inappropriate jokes to trying to tell people on the regular, putting up pictures of Buck Angel and trying to talk to people and say, do you think that that's a man or a woman? What is it you see on that screen? And to get them to overcome the biases and the fucking way that they think about trans people, for example. I've seen what this dude has become over time. I'm not fucking, people mock me because I'm a fucking fan, and to that I can, fuck you. I don't care. The idea of him trying to actually help people is there. It's just everybody else wants to buy into all the Red Scare bullshit, and it's not valid. It is not valid. This new arc where they're pitching a bitch about that Max Nordau fucking account. That dude literally cut out all of the parts. We watched IRI react to the edited clip, and the number of times that IRI turned around and is like, what Jewish people are even fixated on Israel? He's insane. Dude, they cut out the part where he said American Jewish people aren't doing that. That's why it's dangerous that you're putting that into the fucking ether. That's why organizations that put that conceptually out into the fucking ether are doing something that is dangerous. They slice something up, and because you have your head up Destiny's asshole, you turned around and you just gobbled up the fucking baby food that they spit in your mouth.
Role model. You don't just get to walk away from that. And, you know, the old deodorant commercial, was it Charles Barkley? I'm not a role model. Well, then get out of the public space and stop screaming and trying to influence people who may see you as such with these evil ideas.
By the way, I don't think that the West Virginia mine workers even represented in this dozen. They're not interested in the DSA in any form. They're not represented in this part of the far left. Those guys.
I tell you what, if they start to get the resources to where they can put more candidates in more places, and you get a dude that even in West Virginia that can tap in and basically that can latch on to the sentiment that you work in, even if it's a miner in West Virginia, you get somebody that can tap into the notion that you guys have broken your backs and broken your bodies working for somebody else. You don't have much all to show for it. And there's better ways that we can do this shit so that you get more freedom and liberty to go out and live your life better and not ruin your body in the process. And starts putting policies in front of people. You don't have to do a Elizabeth Warren where you do the full breakdown and carry the 5 and divide by 2 and all that shit. But you put something tangible in front of even people in West Virginia. They know what the fuck is up. Eventually you have the ability, the moment is there. You have the ability to put shit in front of people that says, I want to work for you. I want to be your representative. Plattner was fucked in a lot of ways. And ultimately we ended up seeing that, like, you know, everybody deserves their day in court and all that shit. But like, no, there's too much. There's too many allegations. Too many allegations. You gotta go take care of that shit. But the notion of him saying, I want to be a senator for people that can't afford to buy a senator, that goes a long ways. It'll work in a fucking red district. It'll work in a red state. People, when they go home, they've ruined their body. Their fucking knees are blown out. Their back is fucked up. Even in the case of the miner, they don't breathe too good no more. They start to have bills that fucking pile up. They need more medical coverage than what they have. They get desperate. And even if they don't get to see the day that comes where we do have Medicare for all or something like that for everybody, their fucking kids see what happens to their parents and they're going to fucking remember. The wheel keeps fucking turning. This shit where you don't ever actually address what people need. And the same goes too for the libs that never want to commit to any sort of like actual policy. The day is gonna come. Because there's people that are just fucking angry and desperate.
If they're still voting Democrat, and not many of them are, I'm sure this is as foreign to them as it is to you or me, Dan Bongino. Always good to see you. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, man.
This notion that so many of these policies are, you have to go more left. Nobody likes leftism. Lefty. Left. It's too left. If Kamala was more left, if this was more left. No, dude, just people want somebody that's going to fucking take care of them. That's it. It's so stupid. You don't even have to think of it in a left-right dynamic. Even fucking conservatives want to know that when they get old, they're going to be taken care of too. It's anyway.
He's also facing another round of a Hassan Piker controversy.
Yeah,
what's going on with this? I tried to figure out what was going on with this.
So let's get into this a little bit. So let's start with D3 actually. So this is Mike Rogers jumping on a deceptively edited clip that was circulating. So Mike Rogers says more calls for violence coming out of the El Sayed campaign. Here is his running mate, Hassan Piker, saying that if American Jews support Israel, they will be violently targeted because of it. This is all in reaction to Michigan Democratic congressional candidate Jeremy Moss, who happens to be Jewish, saying he is unsure if he will be able to support Abdul for these very reasons. Absolutely disgusting.
The controversy started because of a piece of audio that got leaked that his campaign, the Jeremy Moss fellow, basically says the audio is fake. The gist of the audio clip is basically saying that he's saying that it's completely fine if American Jewish people are putting Israel first. That's what's reacting to that is what started this whole fucking thing. His campaign says the audio is fake for what it's worth. I don't have the means to prove it one way or the other. We listened to the clip the other night. That's where the conversation, the 20-minute fucking clip or the 17-minute clip where Hassan ends up talking to his audience and talking about how American Jewish people are not monolithic. He says all the things. He says all the things that are actually relevant that make this statement that you see on the screen total bullshit. He says, and he doesn't just say it about American Jews, but you're not supposed to look at any group like a fucking monolith. They're not all hive-minded. It's dangerous. That thought process, doing that is fucking dangerous. So, some asshole, some anonymous fuckface, turns around and cuts an 8 to 10 minute segment down to 50 seconds, cuts out all of the elements where it says, this is why you don't do this because it's not actually even happening. So therefore the suggestion that it's happening is bad and dangerous because it's not fucking true. They got rid of all that. In return, all they left in was like, he's saying if Jews don't watch themselves, they're going to get it. And then every fucking dumb fuck liberal, DNC loving, tried and true, vote blue no matter who, unless they're to the left of me, fucking Democratic asshole, turns around. They only put their lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels and invest completely in the edited clip. They say, yep, that's exactly what he said and only what he said and nothing but what he said. And there's been a shitstorm about this for like 2 fucking days now. But what you see on the screen is bullshit. Just utter fucking garbage. The dude did not say that. He has never fucking said it. And to the people that I've seen that have only reacted to the edited footage, they're like, he's insane. American Jews aren't like this. It's like, yeah, I know, motherfucker. The parts that they cut out of the video, he says that they're not. He says that's why this is fucking bad to do. Some fucking little fucking some little horrible goblin person, a little ghoulish man, put with the emoji thing in the fucking the pager emoji in the screen name. The fact that no one's talking about that is wild to me. People looking at that account just must be like, he just loves old technology, I guess. Like, people will basically say what Hassan says while saying Hassan is bad. Yeah. Like, this guy Piker's fucked up because you can't turn Jewish people into a monolith. Yeah, I know. He says it all the fucking time. He says not to do that. It sucks, man.
Abdul al-Sayed had any courage at all, he would call this out and disavow Hassan Piker once and for all. We're waiting, Abdul. And let's play a little bit of what he said.
Abdul's waiting for your bitch ass to fucking debate too, and you haven't taken him up on any of that. Because people know that if the two of you were on the stage, he would fucking just outshine the shit out of your old ass.
What he said, a version of what everybody basically agrees, which is, well, not everybody, not AIPAC, but his argument is, it is unfair, ridiculous, and dangerous to conflate all of Judaism with Zionism and the state of Israel. To lump together all Jews and blame them for the actions of Israel is wrong. And so people should stop conflating
and dangerous
those two things. That's what he was saying. They edited it in such a way that suggested that violence or something would be justified against Jews for their support of Israel, which is the complete opposite of what he was saying. And so
he was sort of predicting that would be
right. He's saying what you're doing by linking Judaism to Zionism is furthering anti-Semitism.
Right.
So let's play a little bit of what was going around. This is D2.
I mean, look, to the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you. Well, you have to go back to your communities and try to get.
This is why the era that we're in is weird and unfortunate, but the reality is Adri is incredibly important now. People that can turn around and save and preserve moments like this, because obviously this came from Twitch. I don't remember who it was that specifically got a hold of this one, but the ability to get the other context and combat this shit in real time is so fucking important now. And that's the sad part, is because we live in a post-truth society where, as long as you can just give people the impression that the person they hate said the thing that they want to hate him for, even when they didn't say it, that's enough. That's enough. People can close off and just go, nope, I knew that guy was a piece of shit, and this confirms it, even though it's so been chopped together. People's inability to fucking understand shit too has become everybody else's problem. It's amazing.
Your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions, okay, is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is a dangerous, because look, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda.
That hold on, the Hasanabi Productions thing that they got a hold of, where he's like, I can't believe that they fucking turned this right here. This is wild. They turned this into look at what this fucked up thing that this guy said. Dead ass. They turned this into a fucking spot.
Influencer Hassan Piker has sent the Democratic Party into damage control after making incendiary comments during a live stream on Twitch last Thursday, arguing the idea that Jews are monolithic is, quote, a very dangerous mode of propaganda.
We've reached the point where you don't even have to necessarily clip champ anymore. You could just go, he said this and he's bad for it. And a lot of people just shake their head and go, yeah, I hate him anyway. I don't even need to understand what the fuck is going on here. You mean to tell me that this is wrong to say? Talking about any group of people that they're all the same, that they all think a certain way, that all of those people are what the fuck? That is how you fucking end up dialing up the enmity for any group. They're doing the thing that Hassan said you're not supposed to fucking do. Are Dems in damage control, or are they finding a reason to throw him under the bus? I think probably at least a quarter of them are actively trying to find ways to throw him under the fucking bus. Because they don't want to talk. None of the Dems want to continue to ostracize El-Sayed for any of his policies, because that would bury themselves. El-Sayed is coming to the plate. He's got things that people genuinely like. And if that's the other thing. It's the Destiny Hutch thing. They don't want to look dead in the camera. Although Hutch has done this, they don't want to look dead in the camera, right in your fucking face, and tell you deserve less. That you're stupid for wanting more. Hey, you viewer, lower your expectations. You deserve less. Vote for the candidate that is ultimately telling you you're not worth it. That you're not worth it. You're too risky. They can't do that shit. So instead, they turn around and they go, this guy's the villain. We make the whole story about him. And the Republicans and a decent portion of the Democrats, a non-zero portion of the Democrats are like, we're going to work together to make sure this happens. It's fucking insane. I'm pretty sure at some point Hutch was talking about, like, I don't have timestamps for today. I only know the direct portion where he talks to Ethan. I'm not going to scroll through the rest of his fucking VOD, but he goes on a fucking, oh, hey, it finally kicked in. What's up? He has a portion where he's talking and he goes like, he says something to the effect of like, you didn't think that they were going to take your thousands of clips and run with them? Well, he also didn't think that you guys were going to offer them up on a silver platter. He didn't think that you guys were going to be actively trying to push those into the fucking limelight on a whole new cycle. He should have, you know what? He should have thought of that. Honestly, he should have. He should have thought that at the end of the day, there are Democrats that don't want to fucking win and that they are going to bury their own team. Because we are all on the same team. I don't want to be on the same team. But this is the only fucking team we got. That's the reality. That's just true. It is just objectively fucking true. So he thought, there's no way they're going to shoot us in the foot collectively. But you know what? He didn't count on the power of bitter, small people that live in the southern tip of Florida. I mean, he should have, but he just, I guess he had more hope. He had foolish naivete that wouldn't be a factor. It's so fucking dumb. Literally as a people, we can't have nice shit. We don't deserve good shit. We don't deserve nice things. I wish I had a more aspirational message right now, but I fucking don't. We don't deserve nice shit. There are people that tell you every day that they're on your side. There are people every fucking day that want to tell you that they know what's best and that they're doing what's best for you because we need to beat the other team. And the moment that the tiniest group of people in history that are outside the political norm tap into something that people actually like after a massive vacuum of Democratic leadership not offering shit, they step forward and they go, you know what? You do deserve better. You do deserve nice things. And then people just turn around and go, we need to bury these people. We need to kill this baby in the crib. It's insane. It is somewhat inherently true. People would rather not have the status quo change and take a fucking loss. That's what all of those hypothetical conversations that the fucking libs have. Epstein or Donald Trump? Hassan Piker or Epstein? Well, what's Epstein's fucking domestic policy? How many times has Hutch said that out loud? Like he's a fucking smart person, like a smart guy. They would rather have the worst people imaginable than somebody that basically says, hey, the capitalism thing's been good for a while, but people are suffering. Let's try something else. Let's tweak the mix a little bit. Let's take some percentages of how other countries do shit and produce good outcomes. We don't have to copy 100% of it. Let's copy 5%. Can't do that. That's communism. Mao, you're Mao. These people want to scare the fuck out of you. Probably. Yeah, I probably do. The eyebrows, for sure. If that answers your question. It's just wild to me that ultimately, like, they would, to me, there's no other reason for this other than people that just want to fucking preserve their spot on the socioeconomic ladder. They've gotten their bag. They're secure in where the fuck they're at. Their fortress is good. They don't give a fuck about anybody underneath, but they need the votes of all of the people underneath. So that's why they'll tell you, they'll hit you with all this shit about democracy. They'll fucking pearl clutch about all these things about like, well, there's one state where a Democratic governor is fighting for like vulnerable groups. So that's supposed to make up for the national party not getting the fucking job done. All this fucking bullshit. And it's like, they don't care about you. They only care about their own fucking patch of land. And a different dynamic where we change shit up a bit and we have people that are actual fighters trying to fucking make everybody's lives better. That's not allowed. We gotta red scare the shit out of people so that they don't vote for something that makes things better.
And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson.
So in the fuller context, it's pretty clear that he's making a very standard point. Mike Rogers, Neera Tanda, and a bunch of others, began circulating it, and I can maybe put it in the link to the show, a more deceptively mashed together.
I wonder if he did do it. I mean, I know the fucking clip at this point, but no, they didn't do it. Breaking Points is leftist propaganda now. Running cover for Hassan Piker is laughable. Oh, dude, not even doing that. Breaking Points is leftist propaganda now. Wrong button. Running cover for Hassan Piker is laughable. Did people take Hassan Piker saying America deserved 9/11 out of context? Yes, he made a blanket statement that a rational person can make, but he's not a rational person. The dog shocker wants to make America a third world country. And that's from Aborty92680. Definitely not a bot account. 100%. 100%. That's an authentic American citizen.
Multiple different clips pulled together to make it kind of a much harsher, like where he's justifying the thing. So then El Sayed comes out, and this is where I think he made a pretty huge mistake, because they're now jumping on him. El Sayed comes out, and you can put up D1. He writes, my statement on Hassan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. He says,
this is the weird thing. Those comments weren't even directed at Moss. It really wasn't. That was the one thing I didn't, and trying to like play catch up on some of the clips and shit after I got home from work the other day, I was like, I don't even understand what the fuck is going on. And then especially when he said this, when I saw the original clip from that Nordau account and then also saw this, I still was like, who the fuck is Jeremy Moss? I don't even understand.
I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all of its forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer.
Oh, how are you doing? You're just awesome, aren't you? No, the dog wasn't always in frame. Wasn't. The dog had a walker. And most of the clips that they turned around and showed that were essentially like the moments that the haters were trying to cling to, if you go like 20 minutes in the other direction, you would end up seeing that the dog walks off fucking frame. That's one. Two, the other thing about what you see is that earlier in the mornings, he goes and he works out. He plays with the fucking dog outside, runs the dog around. The whole point is that that's her sleepy sleep time. She would end up sleeping while he was streaming, and then they would fuck around later in the evening and like while he was like leisuring and whatnot. But no, it wasn't. The goal wasn't to like trap the dog in frame or some shit like that. What is this? Oh, yeah, no, I played this the other night. This is literally, this was the clip of, This is what they're saying.
And of course, Israel is very important to us as a community. And so honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to put Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been.
The last part, if the clip is authentic, the last part is exceptionally damning because you're basically saying you're voting. It is literally pushing like a dual loyalty trope. It's telling anybody that ends up hearing it is like, no. Again, the reason that you don't turn around and essentially say that all Jews are like this is because when you hear one fucking dipshit, if this audio is legitimate, if it is authentic, when you turn around and hear one dipshit say something like that, bigots will run with that clip and turn around and basically say, see, they're all like this. That's why you don't do that shit. It's inherently instinctively why you don't do that. Because also it's just not true. But yeah, I played that the other fucking night.
We're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare. Because that's what Michiganders keep asking about. It's why I'm fighting to get money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. Hassan Piker responded to that by saying he thinks the entire statement was well said. He objected to the part at the top that says my statement on Hassan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss because it bought into this frame that he actually had said something that he had not said. When a smarter response from El Sayed would have been to say,
to include something that talks about that the audio was edited. But yeah,
that was twisted and deceptively edited. And also, he's not on my campaign. Why are you asking me about every little thing that this guy who talks
he has been
hours a day says?
He has been saying that. The other thing is like, why are you not asking me about what the fuck I do or whatever?
Now, Neera Tanden and the people who have been spending months trying to bring Abdul El-Sayed down have said, see, we told you. He's now distanced himself from Hassan Piker. He never should have associated with Hassan Piker. Anybody who associates with Hassan Piker needs to be rooted out of our politics. Taking it as a victory.
Why did it work?
I don't know. Months of bullying.
I'm surprised.
What is that? I'm just going to ask, what does that have to do with the clip we're watching? I'll give you one opportunity to answer the question. What does that have to do with the topic that we're watching? That you're peddling other dumb bullshit when this is something that at least is about the current controversy for the last, 2 days. You got anything to say? I mean, the easiest thing is to say, yeah, you're crazy. Oh, his mom makes him food? I guess he's the devil then. There was a big thing about him shocking his dog, but ultimately it didn't go anywhere. Well, there was a controversy around that, yes. That ultimately there's no proof for it one way or the other. Looks bad. I understand why people think it, if anybody buys into the fact that they want to say that he did do that, that's it. The clip is fucking horrific. The clip looks goddamn terrible. I don't buy into it personally because I have a rescue dog that was clearly, when I got my Chihuahua, she was incredibly malnourished. She was scrawny as shit. She had what looked like a scar on her forehead. She was you could almost see her ribs when I got her from the fucking shelter. She doesn't like to be picked up. She's very scared of being held. She's happy now, little chonker. And if I'm laying down trying to mind my own fucking business and looking at my phone, that dog is trying to lick my nostril. It's a current meme on TikTok, which is also exceptionally funny. But trying to fucking lick my face, lick my nostril, tongue in the nostril. My point is this: animals have tells. Things that drive home that they've been abused in some capacity. I have not ever seen that coming from Kaya. That dog is not fucking abused. It's just fucking bullshit. But anyway.
Surprised by it, honestly.
People, the mobs are intimidating. You whip up enough of a mob. I don't know. It's a good question.
You're so fucking adorable. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions, you guys. You guys, I'm just, I'm new here and I just want to ask questions. His mom getting him food wasn't me saying he didn't eat anything wrong, just giving details to show I actually watched the streams and not just his clip. Well, his mom doesn't live there all the time anyway. But sure, I get it. You're just asking questions. Sure.
Because he was shameless about his affiliation with Hassan heading into the primary. Like, they were at that pool party together right before the primary.
On the election day, yeah.
Right. And so in the general election, I mean, but the point is, he was doing the kind of bold colors, not pale pastels. It's the Ronald Reagan line of how, like, if you actually lean into what you morally believe, it's often politically better for you because people believe that you believe what you say or you believe. To kind of bring this full circle.
Basically, if you're chicken shit about your beliefs, people will smell it and then they will turn their back on you and turn their back on you for the things that originally got you to the dance in the first place. If you moderate on that we shouldn't be giving bombs to a nation state that is dropping them on children, if you moderate on that position, if you moderate on that, they are going to go, this person's fucking full of shit.
And so to then look wishy.
Here, we're gonna do this. You can come back tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Washy on Hassan. I don't know that that's actually even politically helpful. It seemed like his instincts were better than that, which is to say, I'm standing by something that I believe in, and Neera Tanden's bullying is not going to work.
Right. I think you're very much correct.
Yeah,
Because
even the conservative on the show that believes that the witches that put hexes on Charlie Kirk were dealing with powerful dark magics, even she turns around and goes, the abandonment of Hassan is probably going to come across as disingenuous towards what his beliefs are, and maybe he shouldn't do that.
she's now just rubbing it in everywhere. And everyone else is jumping on it too. We can put up D5. This is Hakeem Jeffries, who smells blood in the water. The malicious claim, this is...
My thoughts on this, he doesn't specifically name Hassan, and I think it's because he knows it's bullshit. I think he instinctively knows the clip is bullshit. He doesn't include the name because he wants to be able to still take his stance, but he's basically like subtweeting.
This is Hakeem Jeffries. The malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves is dangerous and anti-Semitic. There is zero justification for threats against the safety of our Jewish brothers and sisters in a moment of rising hate. We will fight the cancer of anti-Semitism with the fierce urgency of now. Like, he did not make a threat against our Jewish brothers and sisters. Like, he did not do that.
Mm-hmm.
He just simply did not do that. Like, it is a manufactured and fake thing. But by issuing this statement, Abdul kind of opened the door for
yes, that's a good point.
His enemies to come in,
and for candidates around the country too. It's now going to happen.
And what the left just never seems to understand is that people like Jeffries, people like Neera Tanden, it is not obvious that they want Abdul al-Sayed to win.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but you should not take for granted that they want him to win. Everything they're doing suggests that they do not want him to win. If populist candidates can win in states like Maine and Michigan, and Michigan 7,
then it is reproducible. You can take that on the road. Mamdani winning even in New York wasn't supposed to happen, but it did. Now, if you can start to replicate that in places that people have always said, you can't do it in battleground states, you can't do it in purple states, can't do it in red states. The closer that you start to get, or even in Florida, yeah, fucking perfect example. The closer you get to a reality where that kind of politics works in the places that it's not supposed to, well, guess what? All of the bullshit about the need to be tactical and strategic and fucking do all this fucking bullshit. You have to not offer people nice things because you have to consider the polarization of the country or whatever the fuck, right? The moment you break through that algorithm and show people that this way of doing business can work, and we don't need to have something that alienates people, we can do something where we help people tangibly. it breaks the whole argument at that point. And it also shows that people have been fucking lying to you for a long time.
Where Will Lawrence is running, or Randy Vegas in California or elsewhere, if those populist candidates can win, the entire mode of politics that Hakeem Jeffries and Neera Tanden represents is rejected. They would rather lose those races to the Republican than lose their position in the party. It's the iron law of institution.
Yeah. El Sayed loses. People like Neera Tanden can take a victory lap. They'll say, see, this lefty guy, he fucked it up for all of us. He did that. I told you to run with somebody else. I told you to do things a different way. And now you need to give me more money so that I can help support the good candidates that will definitely win in the future. It's bullshit. The whole thing is bullshit.
As it's known. And so stop thinking that if you just capitulate a little bit to them, that they will then get on your team. They're not.
Nope.
They're not. The only thing that can keep them on the team is shame, because it's too embarrassing to be publicly oppositional to your party.
Well, just to your point about opening the door up, this morning's Politico playbook, so read by pretty much every Beltway insider, the headline is literally, how do you solve a problem like Piker? That's the...
Hold on. No. I gotta read that. Fuck. Politico playbook. How do you solve a problem? How do you solve a problem like Maria? I don't even know. Sound of Music, I think? No, not Seinfeld, God damn it. Stop it. It's the Sound of Music. First, we got to read this. But also, I need to show you what I'm talking about and try to do it in such a way that won't get the VOD fucking absolutely clapped. Yeah, it even fills in the rest of the way. Dude. This is some of that old shit. No, wait, it is The Sound of Music. We did it. We found something from before my time. Everyone take a victory lap.
She climbs a tree and scrapes her knee. Her dress has got a tear. She waltzes on her way to mass and whistles on the stair. And underneath her wimple, she has colors in her hair. I've even heard her singing in the abbey. She's always late.
Oh my God, get to the chorus.
How do you solve a problem like Maria? How do you catch a cloud and pin it down?
Okay, so you get what I'm talking about. That's where they took the title for this from. How do you solve a problem like Piker? Hello, do you see? Hold on. Let me log in. There we go. I'm logging in. Okay, I'm logged in. Logged into the site. How do you solve a problem like Piker? With the help from Eli Oken, Ali Bianco, and Iris Center. Good Tuesday morning. We're 70 days away from the midterms, which are hurtling towards us faster than an Indy car down Pennsylvania Avenue. Get in touch and let's get right to it. In today's playbook, Abdul El Sayed's relationship with Hassan Piker threatens Democratic unity in Michigan. It's showdown day in South Carolina for Darlene Graham and Ralph Norman. The bold faces Mike Rogers, Haley Stevens, Hillary Schlaughton, Vivek Ramaswamy, Amy Acton, Jeff I'm not reading all that shit. Okay, driving the day. Friends like these. Abdel El Sayed's hugging of Hassan Piker is threatening to derail his attempts to unify Democrats around the Senate campaign. His statement, stop it. Stop doing that. Stop that. Okay. His statement yesterday on the controversial left-wing Twitch streamer with whom he's campaigned only exacerbated tensions around a comment Piker made last week suggesting that American Jews invite violence by supporting fucking Israel. He did not goddamn do that. There was this was a day where he had to be on the defensive, and where Mike Rogers won the day, and that's not good. Said Trey Easton, VP for why is this fucker's name familiar? Oh, he's the fucking Fetterman guy. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. That's about right. Okay, yeah, no, impartial, nice impartial person. Anyway, VP for Public Policy at Searchlight Institute, the Democratic think tank aimed at pushing the party towards broadly popular positions. You have a finite amount of days in campaigns, and any day you're not on your message and on the offensive, you're losing. Which actually, that's fair, right? If you're answering questions, you're fucking up. If you're pressing the issue and putting the other person on the back foot, that's usually generally that's fair. Easton said, adding that El Sayed's statement was half-hearted. Rep. Hillary Scholten, who has said on X that Piker is hurting the chances of a Democratic majority in November, well, okay, but here's the other thing. It's not just Republicans doing this shit. There are Democrats that are actively also pushing the fucking clips. You have had people, Democrats, long-term Dems, that sit and fucking for years now, that fucking mine that dude's chat, that mine that dude's clips and shit. She joins the state senator, Jeremy Moss, who's running for Michigan's 11th district and was at the center of Piker's recent comments in declining to endorse El Sayed. I've long said I will not campaign with someone who continues to associate with Hassan Piker, Scholten told Playbook. Today, Abdel El Sayed had a prime opportunity to cut ties with Piker and directly disavow his words, but he did not. There's a lot of work left to do to unite the party. Rep. Haley Stevens, in two statements totaling 1,046 words, texted to Playbook. She said she's encouraged that my future Congressman Jeremy Moss and future Senator Abdel El Sayed appear to be in an open and productive dialogue with one another. The subject of that open and productive dialogue, fucking run a bus right over the top of Hassan's fucking head. But she also had strong words for Piker, who she criticized during the primary. Piker will not be an elected office holder for Michigan or anywhere else in the country, and therefore candidates and elected officials should stop engaging in the demagoguery and dysfunction. She said, well, actually, that's fair. Like, holy fuck. This radio man should stop sowing division and hate in Michigan and let our election occur without his continued commentary and involvement. He's a political commentator. He's not involved anymore, but he's still going to talk about the fucking race. I call on everyone to get the fuck off of social media, even for 24 hours, added Stevens, who's on vacation in Italy. Fair. Like, fucking fair. 100% fair. El Sayed's statement didn't solve his larger problem. It's hurt. No. It's trying to... No. Tash, I promise you, that's a fair statement. It's not trying to turn around and still even... This isn't even realistically vilifying Hassan. Not really. Not what she could be doing. This is her saying everybody else, like everybody in general, but everybody else needs to chill the fuck off or chill the fuck out and back away from Twitter for like a day. And it would cool this shit down as opposed to continuing to pump the news cycle. The fact that people are still rushing to Twitter to fucking beep, bop, boop, boop, boop is not something that's productive for normies. It's not. This isn't. No. I get it. She has to say something in disavowing of Hassan. That's fine. She never fucking liked the guy anyway. But the idea that she's turning around and telling everybody else to fucking chill, that's not a bad thing. It's actually not. It's helpful because she's trying to inherently tell people hyperfixating on him is not good. And it's not. It's actually not. I call on everyone to get the fuck. Yeah, this is not a bad thing. It's not bad for him. It's not bad for fucking anybody. The idea is that people need to fucking unplug, focus on the campaign. Stop fucking worrying about what Hassan says. Her trying to get people to not fucking pay attention is inherently good. Where's the Jeremy Moss condemnation? You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it. You're not going to have them talk about it. Mainstream media is not going to talk about that fucking clip. They're just going to go, it's a fake clip. And everybody's going to go, yeah, he says it's fake. So there you go. And that's going to be the end of it. You can't change that. I wish I could. I don't like that sentiment. If it's a genuine audio clip, it's fucked up. But you can't make them. I would rather them talk about Gaza than Jeremy Moss. If I could fucking Thanos snap the news cycle to be whatever I fucking wanted to be, it still wouldn't be about that little motherfucker. So ultimately, when you have people that never liked Hassan ultimately telling everybody to fucking unplug, that's not a bad thing. Anyway, El-Sayed's statement didn't solve his larger problem. Piker acknowledges on his live stream that the statement doesn't make anybody happy. And in a raucous interview with Fox News' Jesse Waters last night, El-Sayed invoked Piker's name, saying his GOP opponent Rogers thinks he's running against Hassan Piker. Lon Johnson, that almost sounds like a porn name. I'm not even sorry for saying that out loud. The former Michigan Democratic Party chair said that the statement is a continuation of contextualizing intimidation and violence. Fuck you. No, it's not. It's not enough for someone who won a primary by only 14,000 votes that seeks to beat a candidate that lost the last Senate election by 19,000 votes. Democrats worry that Rogers, who's reached out to Democrats to join his coalition, is outflanking the Democratic nominee. And they fret that El-Sayed's stubbornness keeps him from the elasticity he needs in order to be fully pivot to the general election. As Piker put it, there's going to be a lot of people who are already questioning Abdul El-Sayed's sincerity on these issues, and then they will turn around and say he's moderating his position on Israel. I don't think he is. We're seeing attempts by Mike Rogers to actively pursue sore points within our community, and he's doing it faster than Abdul, Johnson told Playbook. Okay, I don't care about the fucking WWE parody starring Lon the Stone Johnson. Yeah. All right, that was interesting. Let's get back to the video.
By winning, there's no
political playbook.
There is no Piker problem. You solve it by winning.
Yeah, well,
not by losing and trying to cut an entire portion of your coalition out.
Again, to me, it's like
they solve it by losing.
In the last,
to their mind, if they can say, look, left won primaries in Michigan and Maine, and we lost, to them, that solves the problem of Piker.
Yep. Not just Hassan. Hassan is an avatar for just lefty shit in general. They think if you can deep six that one dude, rhetorically, obviously, hopefully, but if you fucking make him go away, well, first of all, he's not going to fucking go away. That's obvious. But for second of all, they think that sinks the entirety of the left. They want to prop him up as the avatar for lefty shit. And if you can sink his involvement, that makes lefty shit go away. That's also not going to fucking happen because you're not doing anything to affect like poor working class people. Guess what? Even if El-Sayed loses, even if people turn around and go, fuck that Hassan guy, this shit's not going away. I'm sorry, it's not. Even if you fucking figure out a way to make it to where Hassan Piker is like a fucking net negative even if you fucking get him to where you chase him off the internet, there's going to be somebody else. Someone else will carry the flame. That's what's going to continue to happen. You will find somebody that can tap in, advocate for left economic populism, tap into a future that people can fucking buy into, get behind. People will still organize. People will still try to get their communities together to help push candidates that are going to be leftist. That is not fucking going away. So this is all very brain broken. They want to sink one dude and think that he's like the leader of the overall movement or whatever the fuck. And it's not. It's not. He's a fucking bullhorn for a lot of other people and a lot of other people's voices, a lot of other people's frustration, shit like that. But there's going to be more. You can't stop this.
By losing to Republicans. Like, that's their goal.
It's like in the last couple of weeks, establishment Democrats have decided to make, and Republicans, obviously, maybe it's happening because Republicans have moved into general election season in a lot of these races, and they know that they can try to make a boogeyman out of Hassan Piker. But it's like the last 2 weeks, establishment Democrats, it's like they are the ones who just discovered like the Dave Matthews Band, and now they're talking constantly about like, man, this guy Dave Matthews. It's like they just discovered their new favorite, and
I mean, I think you're still going to have a lot of the quote unquote lefties. They understand that we don't have the money to do a third party. And there's no winning. They told us to do a third party. People voted for the Green Party. They voted for what, PSL or whatever, People's Socialist League or whatever the fuck. And they said you're spoilers. The same people that are fucking pissing, shitting, and farting themselves now at the very idea that DSA people are running as Democrats. 2 years ago, they said you can't vote third party or you're voting for Trump. There is no winning. There's no fucking winning. But people that are actually pragmatic, they look at the playing field and they go, you know what? The vehicle that is the Democratic Party is really one of the only ones that we have. But the thing is to tap into like legitimate fighters that are going to stand up to a lot of this shit. You need to move the needle so that it is acceptable to say we want like fewer foreign wars, that we want better healthcare, shit like that. You need more people into that mix.
DM'd me the other day, begging me to give Dave another shot.
Someone DM'd you that?
They said I was I had trashed Dave apparently on the show.
You trashed Dave Matthews. That's fine.
I said, fine, man. I'll give
You gonna do it?
Sure, why not? Like, why not? Meanwhile, who is Mike Rogers, who put up this this final?
I mean, I think low of Jill Stein, but I also think she should be able to run. If she takes votes away from Dems, then that should mean, to me, that essentially means she can tap into something, even if it's small numbers. If her running puts Dems in jeopardy, then Dems need to consider what it is Stein offers to people that puts the Dems in jeopardy. Does that make sense? I think anybody should be able to run. Doesn't change my opinion of like her being like a grifter or anything along those lines. Because where the fuck are you in between every 4 years when you pop up? What are you doing in the meanwhile to build that brand so that more people are likely to vote for you next time? What are you doing to make yourself 1% better the next time you show up? That's a fair question. However, she should still be able to run, even though I don't think much of her at all. Because if she steps up to the podium and she says, here's what I want to do, and her claims of what she wants to do peels off 5 votes away from like Kamala, for example, then why isn't Kamala trying to figure out how to combat that other than, using lawyers to take third parties off of the ballots and shit like that, right? Why isn't there a calculus on how to campaign so that someone like Jill Stein is appealing to nobody? Instead, they have like people on fucking retainer that will go through every signature on every petition to allow someone to run in a race. They will try to get people removed. It is an anti-democratic process to try to keep third parties from being on the ballot. So people turn around and they go, well, fuck it. If we can't be a third party, we'll participate in our civic duty. We will run in these elections. We will run as Democrats, but they don't want that either. They're saying that you're bad. You're bad for doing that. You can't fucking win. I totally agree. I knew blood needs to step a bit. Jill Stein wouldn't be too bad. I think we need a lot more energy to catch up. Well, I mean, yeah, there's that. Yeah, there isn't one answer, but the idea is that if you're trying to keep people from participating as opposed to encouraging more participation, you're fucking up.
This is D4. So Mike Rogers, I don't know if you guys covered this last week. Rogers, AIPAC said after Haley Stevens lost that they were going to spend tens of millions of dollars against El Sayed backing Mike Rogers in the general election. Now Mike Rogers has told them he doesn't want them doing that publicly because they're too toxic, and Abdul Fattah is going to use support of him.
And I think there's something about like they're still trying to stealth run money to him or whatever the fuck. But yeah, this is funny to me. This is an admission that like, hey, no, this is bad. Having that name and that brand attached to you, even as a Republican, will fuck you.
He proposed a bunch of schemes that are illegal to varying degrees. One of them was, how about I just hire all of your super PAC staffers onto my campaign and you just give me all the money? Which, if it comes from the super PAC, like, that's illegal. If they just which is how it would kind of have to go. Like, you cannot coordinate like that. You're not allowed to do that. He's like, what if you just have a whole bunch of fundraisers for me instead? And so right now, as we speak, he's out in Los Angeles doing, according to the New York Times, 3 straight major mega donors.
They don't have to. They've some of the more recent rulings on this shit has made it so that some of those final barriers don't even really exist anymore. The shit he's doing now is like the last things that you really can't do, essentially.
AIPAC fundraisers, so that the money comes directly to his campaign, so that when reporters like me say, he's supported by AIPAC, they say, no, he's not. What are you talking about?
Well, but see, this is interesting. He's running away from AIPAC for a general election.
But while running to Los Angeles to raise money from AIPAC.
Of course, but it's a very telling moment after all of your years of reporting that a general election establishment Republican candidate like Mike Rogers is actively trying to distance himself from AIPAC via these schemes, obviously, which are varying degrees of ridiculousness. But in the meantime, establishment Democrats still think that Abdul al-Sayed needs to sprint away from Hassan Piker, as Mike Rogers is sprinting away from AIPAC.
Right, exactly.
It's a pretty strange situation.
Yeah.
He's also running.
Yeah, I watched that meltdown on when it happened. I was watching clips of it, and it was just fucking crazy. Like how quickly she just went nuclear on a dude that was, I don't remember the guy's exact language, but the language that he had was like pretty spot on or pretty fair. I remember it not even being something that was that wild to try to call her out on. And she lit the dude up.
Running away from data centers. He just said he supports a 1-year moratorium on data centers. Wild times.
So yes, the problem of Hassan Piker is really actually a problem for Republicans. If the Democratic establishment was interested in forming a coalition with the left to beat Republicans, but obviously they are not.
Nope.
And Republican voters.
Okay, we can move on. I don't know how good this will or won't be, but I haven't watched anything of Francesca Albanese speaking. She's the UN Special Rapporteur.
Francesca Albanese, she joins us from Tunis. She is the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. Francesca Albanese, thank you so much indeed for your time. You got the job in 2022. How much have you learned since then? Because once you're in a job, obviously the things you see are a little bit different from when you're on the outside.
Yes, definitely. I think I lost my naivete and the trust in what the United Nations.
Oh, I don't do segues, by the way. We're just jumping tracks. I want to hear a little bit of this to see like what she's talking about recently. We don't necessarily have to listen to the whole thing before I move on.
United Nations can do without a strong change at the country level in certain countries. As you say, I started in 2022 and not as someone who didn't know anything about Palestine. I had lived in Palestine, worked for the UN there, and then researched and written academic papers and studies. And still, I was not prepared for what I've seen because the level of impunity that Israel has been granted.
So I'm going off memory, but I do recall in some of the interviews that she's given that she was like actually a lot more pro-Israel and very skeptic of a lot of the claims that Palestinians were making about the treatment that they were receiving when she started the job in 2022. And then everything that she's seen since has gotten her to the point where she's publishing papers basically talking about how Israel is keeping their economy afloat by basically, for lack of a better term, just beating the shit out of the Palestinians. They've switched over to inherently emphasizing any sort of like military tech, surveillance tech, anything that they have like biometric data scanning type shit, anything that essentially where the Palestinians have been like guinea pigs in a laboratory that lets them perfect those particular things. That's what they have turned around and bolstered their economy on after so many other people have turned around and not wanted to buy like shampoo or whatever the fuck from them like anymore. She published basically something about that, and then she got sanctioned by the United States and had her like banking just get completely fucked over. So This isn't someone that like was always, you know, she's always someone that's hated Israel or some shit like that. She started off very skeptic, and then over time, she just took a lay of the land and went, "What the fuck?"
Over the past 1,050 days is absolutely unprecedented. And look, I've used the word pogroms that has caused much discussion recently, but I had used the same word in 2023 before October, because that year Israel had killed actually in 16 months 460 Palestinians, mostly in the West Bank, and many while carrying pogroms through Israeli civilians. We call them settlers, but these are Israeli civilians who roam around terrorizing people. And yeah, Israel is let free to kill, to starve, to take land, to crush the Palestinian self-determination as the life of the Palestinians. And not only member states.
The biggest telling thing right now is the people like Andrew X on Twitter that are capturing the settlers working like basically hand in hand with the IDF. That was the thing that even the defenders, the most staunch defenders, were turning around and being like, look, I hate the settlers. How many times do you have to get me to say it? I can't stand the settlers. I hate the settlers. Well, the IDF's helping them. I hate the settlers. You go, well, the IDF's helping the settlers. How many times do I have to tell you I hate the settlers? Like, they'll never touch the fact that the IDF is involved in this shit. But now if you go through Andrew's Twitter, he's got videos where they're showing up to those houses in Kusra and chilling with the settlers, like you know, high-fiving and shit, doing the Sami Zayn, what's up dog, fucking handshakes and whatnot. They're there keeping them safe essentially while they lay siege to these houses. And nobody gives a fuck. And especially because that dude that's living in that one house in particular is a fucking, many of them are American citizens.
States are not stopping. It's not true that they are looking elsewhere. No, there are member states who are actively supporting it, who are sheltering Israel from its responsibilities, who are defending trade and military exchanges with Israel. So this is why I'm saying the United Nations per se will not change it until the people in the countries that are the staunchest supporters of Israel make politics change.
Francesca, I'm not sure if this is a philosophical analysis you're giving us or a practical one, because you're completely right. We have seen it on our...
Have you seen the article about the IDF was... Well, I mean, there's been lots of them, to be fair. They stab... like, that's one of the reasons that, like, Haaretz is a mixed bag, but occasionally they'll publish an article about people coming back from cross sections of Gaza and basically talking about, like, they let us do whatever the fuck we want. You know what I mean? An Israeli soldier describes retrospective incriminations, his army's protocol for framing victims of Israeli massacres as terrorists, particularly in incidents that garner public attention. There's a cross-section from the article. Investigation. A year after the bombing of the Nasser hospital, which killed 22 people, including 5 journalists in the southern Gaza Strip, an Israeli soldier described to several media outlets, including Le Monde, the way in which the Jewish state's army seeks by all means to link the victims of a strike to Hamas. The source recounts the move. After such an attack, the IDF spokesman seeks to link those killed or wounded to Hamas. This is what they are trying to do in the first place. Because if it were possible to say that the people killed were Hamas terrorists, we would look better in the eyes of the world. This process is called retrospective incrimination, explains the soldier. The objective is to shift the responsibility to the enemy and to dilute the impact of the images. If there is any intelligence, even a very weak link with Hamas, we can say that he is a Hamas terrorist, he insisted. The evidence may be minimal or non-existent. This was the case for the camera at the Nasser hospital. We were not able to make the journalist with his camera look like a terrorist, and we could not link him to a terrorist organization, the source said. This episode convinced him to testify. I decided to break my silence after this attack because I understood that the IDF was targeting journalists. They called it a tactical threat, a military objective, but at the end of the day, they are journalists. Whistleblower in the Israeli army revealed that after bombarding hospitals and journalists, the military started fabricating evidence. The military labels journalists 300 killed in Gaza as tactical threats, transforming media coverage into hostile intelligence provision. I'll have to read that later. Thank you for that.
Our TV screens every day for the past few years. And viewers must be thinking, I, as a newsreader, I sometimes have to turn away from the reports. I don't want to see a child being operated on without anesthesia. I don't want to tell the listeners about the doctor who sees a child's brain coming out on a hospital floor. It's a philosophical point of view when we, as viewers, you are as much of a human being as I. You have your profession, I have mine, but we're humans when we see the suffering. And we, like the rest of the world, must be thinking, how is this allowed?
There was two Australian doctors, two lady doctors, ladies. They released like a shit that they recorded with their cell phones. It was them talking about all the shit that they'd seen, but it was combined with an unedited, uncensored reel. Just like you'll never like it. Once you see shit like that, you don't unsee it, which is also fucking wild because I've had people try to get into the Discord and then spam a bunch of gross shit in the Discord. And it's like, dude, I've been paying attention to Gaza and doing like nightly yapping about it, you know, on Twitch and whatever for like 3 years now. I've seen shit that like whatever fucking pictures you find to go, ugh, and put into like Discord channels. Like, okay, like that shit was tame. The one that fucking gets, and then the other things is like, as a doctor, obviously I feel bad for all the victims. I feel bad for all the kids, all the moms, the grieving parents, the children that wake up and they no longer have parents anymore because they died. The children that wake up no longer have parents anymore, and they have to a new world where nobody's there to look after them, and they have to adapt to a new reality where they're missing like one or more limbs. But the other thing that's crazy to me, and it's like, it's one of those things, it's like you never even think about it until you think about it. And then once you do, it's one of those thoughts you can't get rid of. But there was a little girl whose stomach had been torn up by shrapnel where you could see into the stomach, and she was still alive. They don't have painkiller. They didn't even have like beds. There's so much there that is missing that like you would be able to definitely easily treat that kid or try to do something to save that kid. If it was a hospital in America, there would be a fleet of like doctors and nurses, and there'd be a thing and an elaborate scene where they go down a hallway and they're calling for shit stat and all this different stuff, right? Give me 40 cc's of pentathiochloroamyl stat, crash card on 3, fucking blah, 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 right? But this kid comes in, you don't have any more supplies. You don't have sutures. But what do? And they still try to do something. The fucking, the nightmare scenario of like, and then these doctors want to go back and they're not allowed to go back. That's fucking crazy because they know no one else is able to give that care or has the knowledge to give that fucking care. And that's continuing to happen. Not to the same degree. Oh, they're only bombing like once a day now, and they're only killing low double digits a day in Gaza right now as we speak. But like, just the amount of people that have, that go over there to volunteer their time, put themselves into legitimate danger, and fucking, and then they have these, like, imagine a mom sobbing. Her soul is leaving her fucking body, sobbing. And she's got her kid, and her kid is in fucking parts, maybe barely alive. And they want you to do something about it. The fuck do you do? You've got nothing. You've got fucking pluck and determination and you know what I'm saying? There's so many people out on the internet that are like, literally where I'm concerned, they're like, you're anti-Semitic. You just hate Jewish people because of their religion and their ethnicity and their immutable characteristics. And it's like, first of all, fuck you. Some of my most favorite people that I grew up around, people that I watched on television as a fucking child. I don't even give a fuck what their politics are right now in this moment. I have core memories of like Billy Crystal and so many different people that I admire, respect. I don't even give a fuck that Jerry Lewis turned out to be some fucking right-wing shithead. The Freund Levin and all the shit from the nutty professor and the jerk and some of the fucking completely just innovative fucking filming and some of the Charlie Chaplin style shit that Jerry Lewis did. So many people. Everybody mocks me for the Hassan tattoo. Fucking Bernie's right next to him. I have like, everybody makes fun of the Hassan tattoo. I've got like 4 Jewish dudes tattooed on my fucking body as well, because those are people that either make me, like, remind me of something positive in this world, remind me to like stick to people, stand up for people, try to make people laugh and you know, even when there's so much there. And it's like, but they're like, you're anti-Semitic. Well, why am I anti-Semitic? I don't like what the fuck. A lot of these people don't want to actually talk about what the fuck is happening every day. Or when you do bring that up, they're like, well, I've made a post about that. Yeah, did you? Fucking bravo. Bravo. You made a post? Fucking that's great. When did you do that? A year ago? 2 years ago? The fuck have you done lately? Well, we have to show the world that Hassan is anti-Semitic. Fuck you.
Out to happen. The reality and the practicality is that nobody's doing anything about it. The philosophical trouble we're having is that how is it happening?
It's both a practical and a philosophical question. It's philosophical because it hinges on our humanity. It interrogates who we are as human beings. Can we really look at the genocide in real time from our screens? It's, as Arundhati Roy said, in the middle of the night, it's easier to see the genocide in Gaza than go to get a glass of water. So what is happening to us? The thing is that what is happening to us is that many of us have awakened to this reality and don't want to see it and don't want it to happen. So humanity is a dialectical process, and many of us want to stop it. The point is, and this is the big realization, and again, it's both philosophical and very practical, that Israel is so integrated in the economy of the turbo capitalism that leads the world these days, that only a change from the base, only a change from the bottom will be able to produce a difference, to make a difference. And because, you know, there is
the people that get mad when you talk about this shit, or if you talk about military industrial complex, Israel, they get mad because it's like, well, you're doing Zionist occupied government memes. You're doing Zog memes. That's fucking, first of all, I don't allow that shit. But it goes beyond that anyway. Because, like, again, I don't think it's Jewish influence in America. I think it's Republican, conservative influence in America that wants to see these opportunities to sell fucking weapons abroad. That's the bigger thing that fucking guides this shit and controls this shit. Conservative influence. Conservative occupied government. Even when we get Democrats in, you think those Democrats are leftists? You think those Democrats are anti-war? Fucking Slotkin had a quote about the Iran war that said, well, we're in it now, so we might as well fund it. She said, we're in it now. She goes, I don't like the war, but we're in it now. So, you know, we got to make sure the troops are covered. Oh, isn't that big of you? Isn't that fucking big of you? Like, the conservatism of it, the conservative influence is far greater than anything else, because that has everything to do with Zionist impulses, or like it's conservatism. It's right-wing shit. That's what's going on here. Democrat doesn't mean lefty. Democrat goddamn doesn't mean lefty or leftist. That's bullshit. The goal should be fucking eliminating the conservatism that fucks up so many different programs, fucks up so much opportunity to do better in this world. That's not, but nobody's ready for that fucking conversation. It's just, oh, we got to defeat MAGA, but now we don't even have to worry about MAGA anymore, apparently. It's so, these people are so fucked.
Link between the companies who are profiting from the death, the killing, starvation, concentration, and destruction of those in Gaza and the taking of the land in the West Bank, and our daily life, the banks where we have our savings, the companies we use, the big tech companies we use to connect and communicate in this hyper-technological era. This is all connected. So this is why we need to start having ethical practices. Stop buying products that participate in the economy of occupation and economy of genocide. I identified companies, Hyundai, Volvo, Palantir, BlackRock, Airbnb, Booking.com. Let's talk about Airbnb and Booking.com. I thought that they were low-hanging fruits. I said, okay, having named them in my report and saying that by using Airbnb and Booking.com, we normalize the occupation by one click, people will stop using it. Not at all, because our comfort comes first. And if we do, this is why when I say, if Gaza was a crime scene, you will have the fingerprints of all of us, because we cannot, those of us who cannot make sacrifices, including stopping to use Airbnb and Booking.com, they have, in a small, microscopical, incremental way, contributed not to change the system that allows the genocide.
Francesca, I believe it was actually a couple of years ago that your colleague, Volker Turk, the UN human rights chief, said Israeli actions, both of the military and illegal settlers in the occupied West Bank, have put the future of a Palestinian state in doubt. We had those more than 100 former French and British diplomats writing an open letter over the weekend saying that Israel's actions are ethnic cleansing. We've got the EU warning about the new settlements that are being planned in Sector E1. I mean, is there any doubt?
It's just a mechanism to try to like stave off public support. Like, hey, no, we wrote a sternly written letter. We really told Netanyahu, you better watch it, bucko. You better watch it, or we'll write more letters. We're gonna put in such a we're gonna make such a Twitter post. You wait. We, the members of the EU, any of these individual states he's talking about, we're gonna get your ass in the QRTs, buddy.
Your mind that actually the Israeli policy of settlements is specifically designed to make sure there can't be a viable Palestinian state. And if there were to be one, it would be problematic because of the settler issue.
It's bigger than that. I think that Israel doesn't want Palestinians. Israel doesn't want Palestine. This Israel. So first of all, the ethnic cleansing, it's a fact. I'm not stating anything ideological. Ethnic cleansing is the quintessential element of the creation of the State of Israel, because to create Israel, 750,000 Palestinians were dispossessed and kicked out of their lands.
It was one of Chris Kunzler's videos. He goes over journals and writings of like the people that originally displaced so many of the Palestinians, and there was a passage about one of the people that pushed them from the region as they were forced to leave, and they're like leaving the valley. He describes being able to hear way off into the distance that like the sobbing of people, or like the sobbing of like the women in the villages that they just displaced. And like they forced him away by gunpoint, and then like there wasn't even any like I don't remember the writing being like anything that was empathetic, like, oh, I feel bad for having to do it, but it needed to be done, or something like that. It was like whimsical the way they were describing it. I could be wrong, but that's like from memory. Because I've watched for a while. I was watching like a lot of the hour-long things that Kunzler would put out because he goes in, and in the description he'll put copious like notes that can take you back. It's like taking a fucking college course. You go back and you look at his fucking notes, and then you can go back and read the shit that he's borrowing from. It's like 5.0 like work. But what she's talking about is essentially like it was from the very beginning. You can say something along the lines of like, to the victor go the spoils or some shit, if you want to be honest and just go like, hey, we fucking won, you lost, get fucked. But that also does away with this sort of like, we're also the small bean. We're just a tiny nation trying to fight against fucking everybody. And it's like, you don't get to do both. You don't get to have your fucking guy that's in charge of the cops and in charge of the fucking military talking about how it's fucking awesome to like break little kids' arms and make the women and children cry of bordering countries and all of this fucking like primo next level comic book superhero shit or comic book supervillain shit just regularly, and nobody fucking talks about that. It should be something like, if we were really in an environment where telling true stories of the news like actually mattered, this would be the thing that we would continue to talk about like every night on CNN until this fucking thing came to a stop. If we gave a fuck, MS Now would be talking about this every day. But we don't. Because like she's saying, there's so much different money tied into this, so many different businesses, so many different partnerships, trade relations, all this shit. So it's like, yeah, these people are poor. There's no money in helping them. So we don't.
Where they're buried their ancestors, the lands where they had got married, and their orchards and their commerces and their universities, etc. So this is the state of Israel created a massive ethnic cleansing inside what was historical Palestine. What remained, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank and East Jerusalem, what remains of Palestine has been erased. I mean, Palestine has been erased from even these little remnants of land bit by bit since 1967. Since the occupation, Israel has been taking land, destroying homes, creating colonies. And this is why I'm saying it's 60 years of relentless annexation. And so it's not, look, I was in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem, in 2010, and E1 was already a big thing back then. And people were saying the same thing, they're reciting the same formulas that they're reciting today. Oh, this will not render a two-state solution possible. But the two-state solution is becoming every day incrementally less possible. So I would shift the focus from whether 2 states or 3 states or 1 state takes place or not, and would concentrate on fighting the crimes that make any political solution impossible.
Any debate you've ever heard, when the person that is trying to defend the Israeli side of it, whether they're being honest about it or not, any debate you've ever heard, they try to eventually backpedal to, well, do you support a 1 or 2 state solution? That shit, it goes nowhere, and it doesn't fucking matter. You can have whatever you think is best, and you can have the logic for it that you think is best. But when people try to start talking about that, it's just so that they can bring the conversation to an end. Because they'll want to talk about polling or whatever the fuck. They don't want to exercise any sort of intellectual curiosity, any sort of imagination whatsoever. They want to downplay it so that they can change the subject to something that they can pitch to their viewers that is like silly, impossible, fairy tale shit. What she's pointing out is that 2 states is fucking gone. That shit is gone. There has to be some sort of like new dynamic and a little bit of like political will and political imagination to try to do something new that is more fair and equitable for everybody. Because you're not getting, for all of these settlers that have taken these swaths of land, they're not just going to go, well, we got the boss call and we got to pack this shit up. That's not how it worked when they tried to get all the settlers out of Gaza. Those people put up a fight. There's more of them now in the West Bank. They're not going to turn around and just be like, okay, we're going to trade. They're going to say, fuck you. They see it. They see it like they fought hard for that land. They did terror to get it, granted, fucking duh. But they're not going to give that shit up. So the important conversation is, what do you do about the daily war crimes? The important conversation is to turn around and essentially say, like, do you admit they even exist? Do you admit, what's up, Thorny? Do you even admit that there's been war crimes happening at all? Because if they can't even meet you there, there's no point in fucking talking to them.
Apartheid, first and foremost. Israel cannot live as an apartheid state, full stop. So it needs to withdraw the occupation, because this is the ICJ advisory opinion, which says in 2024 that Israel's occupation is unlawful and it is to be dismantled totally and unconditionally. The colonies, the armies, the exploitation of Palestinian land and resources. So why are we discussing?
Oh shit.
Why are we not discussing about Nablus, Jenin, Tulkarem, Kusra, Massafir Yatta? Why are we not discussing the wall? Why we are not discussing about the Dead Sea? So you see, it's everything. Why we are not discussing about Gaza and the 65% of the land which has been erased and from which Israel is taking even the evidence of the crimes it has committed. The bones, the remnants of the Palestinians who have been killed are in the ground, in the earth, that Israel is now taking out.
I missed that story altogether, by the way, but what she's talking about is actually happening. There's the portions that are on the eastern side of the yellow line in Gaza. Oh shit, son. Jordy. How are you now? Hope you had a good stream. How are you doing, bud? See. Blammo. Little shout out action. Little shout out to Rooney. We're just talking about happy-go-lucky topics like settlers in the West Bank. You know how we do. You know how we do over here. Just lighthearted, easygoing subject matter. No, nothing heavy. That's how I deal with things over here. Anyway, hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you.
The Gaza Strip is in order to conceal the evidence. I cannot explain anything otherwise than that. So this is what I'm saying. Israel has relentless, unrelinquished ambitions to
anybody joining. This is going to be over in a minute, and then the transition is going to be, because I've been viciously ranting for most of the evening. I need to take it a little bit more lighthearted. So we have some fun coming up. So if you want to stick around for maybe another 10-ish minutes tops, you're going to get into some quality bald-on-bald violence, just for what it's worth. Just to give you like a teaser of what's coming up. Oh no, we're getting this. This is happening. Look at me. Look at me. Hey. I'm the captain now. This is happening. Because I want to hear this fucking call. Anyway, that's what's coming up.
Expand from the river to the sea. And this is the genocide. This is the ethnic cleansing, and is going to lead to the completion of the genocidal plan that it's displaying under our eyes. So either Israel is sanctioned, there is no way out. Israel must be stopped. So sanctions, divestments, otherwise Israel will continue.
Cash, you know I love you. You know I love you. And you know that you're one of my favorites. I don't mince words. You are one of my favorites. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to put you on a pedestal, okay? But you know how this works. I go like 3-ish hours, and then I got to go over to the slop. I got to slop it up. I have to vent a bit. I have to excise the demons, okay? I have to rage against people that basically talk shit, lie, twist things. I have to untwist. You know what I'm saying? So you know how this works.
And will drag with it also Lebanon and other countries in the region. It will not stop there, and it's already expanding in the Mediterranean area. In Greece, now pushing for confrontation with Turkey. This is something that I said 2 years ago. 2 years ago, once Israel will be, what starts in Gaza will not stay in Gaza. Lebanon might come next, and Lebanon came next, and then it was Iran. Next is going to be Turkey if Israel is not stopped.
Francesca, for doing your job, for reporting on the facts.
I haven't spent too much time looking at the stuff with Turkey yet, because like I've been telling my normies, my regs, that this last 2 weeks has sucked for me. It's not trying to get sympathy. I'm just saying I'm behind. I have been less of a presenter of information as of late. I've been lacking, but I just don't see how Israel thinks they can fucking combat Turkey or Turkiya or whatever. I just don't see it, but that'll be research for a later day.
Been punished by the Americans, but a court ruled that those sanctions that Washington placed on you were illegal. But has your life still been negatively affected just for doing your job, to repeat, standing up for the facts?
Yeah.
Some people,
she put out a report that basically said, here's a list of companies that are participating in weapons system purchases, AI related shit. These are she basically put out a report that said that Israel has switched over their economy to one that emphasizes all of the products that they produce that they use the Palestinians as guinea pigs for, and that is how they've kept their economy afloat. And because in the process she names a lot of companies that are also happen to be American companies too, by the way, or at least ones that are in large part do a lot of trade. Like sometimes these are like international corporations, but they're also home based in America. She got sanctioned out the fucking wazoo and had her like banking and shit frozen and stuff like that. So that's what he's bringing up, is he's saying like, well, they've ruled it as illegal or immoral or whatever. Has things gotten better?
Say you're not neutral, but you're a UN employee. Your neutrality is supposed to be guaranteed. And most of the world believes what you see, what you report, what your analysis is.
Look, I'm impartial. This is why I'm saying I don't care about who's who. I don't care about religion. I don't care about ethnicity, but I look at the facts and I comment on the facts. So every time I write a report, I give...
Okay, this is the perfect B-reel, like the background footage to fucking run with this too, by the way. There's so many people that'll get accused of like being fucked up or biased or bigoted or whatever the fucking case may be, but it's like, you should be mad about what you're seeing right now. You should be pissed off about that. And that actually is being impartial. There's no both sidesing this. There's no turning around and going, well, if you get shown the absolute rubble that is Gaza, how are you supposed to go, well, there's mitigating circumstances. How do you Here's my question. No one answered this, by the way. This is more rhetorical, but like this. How do you turn around and both sides that? How do you go, oh, they had to? What fucking turn of phrase do you try to go, they had no choice? If you think about it, Israel's really the victim here. If you really... They feel bad that they had to do this. Bad, yeah, fucking no shit. Bad things happen. Bad things happen in war. What do you want? Really? Like, fucking really? All of the people right now that are like so fucking hyper fixated on Hassan, they're doing that so they don't have to talk about this shit. Because that's the shit that he's been talking about. And that's the shit that when people are pissed, they're pissed about this. Has nothing to do with fucking ethnicity or religion or any of that shit. Or the fact that there's people that are living in tents that are just basically getting like boiled under the fucking sunlight. No water. Everybody's got to walk miles to get water. And when they go to sleep at night, they have to be worried about all manner of rodents and shit. I've seen so many different pictures of little babies with like rat bites in their fucking faces and shit. It's a bit unfair to specifically target the one pure Jewish state or the collective spirit of the eternal. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's the I can't. It's just like I said. It's so crazy to me that it's like to be mad about this shit is something. It's somehow like you're not impartial anymore. You're not being level-headed about this. It's like the fuck is wrong with you?
Israel the time in advance to challenge those facts and the legal qualifications. Israel has never confronted me on the facts. Israel has a cohort of minions whose sole scope in their institutional life is to destroy people's reputation. They are doing that with me, accusing me of being a Hamas spokesperson or an anti-Semite, which frankly is more serious as an accusation, and it's a complete fraud. But they've done it with Richard Falk, with Michael Link before me. They've accused of the same the Pope and the Secretary General. So I'm not.
Oh, but not only that. Hold on. Fuck. Hold on. Do I have it? He says, and you don't even know what the fuck I'm referring to. Where's fucking? Hold on. Fuck. I guess it would be Zeo. They be shitting on Mark Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo.
You and I were talking at the time. That people forget Israel bombed Gaza in 2021. It was a much briefer issue. And you said the G word back then. Genocide.
Yes.
People went nuts.
They went nuts.
And you came out and apologized and said the language was not right. Today, I assume you don't recall from the G word.
Not at all. This is absolutely a genocide. Yeah. We have the majority of scholars.
Yeah. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all of them.
B'Tselem.
Yep.
B'Tselem within Israel.
Genocide.
Probably genocide.
I've talked to so many fucking assholes that have been like, "Well, you're just doing appeal to authority." That's how this works. I'm not on the ground doing the research for this shit. I'm not there with fucking a lab coat and fucking goggles and a clipboard. I'm not the one doing that. I need experts to do that shit. And when the list of fucking people that are putting their name and their organization behind it that have been human rights related specialists for fucking years. One of the guys that survived the fucking Holocaust has turned around. That was the dude that was like influential in coming up with what the fuck Holocaust, like the name. He's turned around and said that it's a fucking genocide. And when you present that to people, and these aren't even Jewish people that I'm talking about, by the way, I'm talking about other internet debate perverts. When you approach them with that information and you go, what about this? They go, you're just doing an appeal to authority, and I'm not there where this guy is yet. This guy knows more than you by a factor of like a fucking million, and that's not good enough for you? Nothing is at that point. Like, you're unreachable. There's a person that I've talked to that has said that the only way that she would call it a genocide is if the IDF is pulling people out of their homes and shooting them in the head on camera. The fuck? At that point, we're fucked. At that point, we're gone. There'd be some other fucking dumb bullshit cope to back that up. Well, yeah, what homes? No, fucking, yeah, exactly. It's so fucking unnerving. It's insane.
Anti-Semitic label around, even now, just to completely emptying it all meaning.
It's the Hasbara. It's part of that system of oppressing thought, oppressing free speech, oppressing the need to know, oppressing knowledge. That is a system that's been developed by Israel. And not just Israel, but enablers. And I understand why. I understand why. I mean, I understand I understand this need after coming out of the Holocaust to protect yourself, you know? I understand it, okay? But you can't steal another people's nation from them.
Unless you have great propaganda like a land without a people.
And expect that to go well. That's like planting a seed that's like planting a seed of hatred.
Okay, hold on. There's a couple people that hate when I do this, and I don't care. Because this is something else that's fucking simultaneously. I had this one bookmarked from the other day. Trigger warning, Bonercelli. So you can't steal another person's land and expect that to go well, right? Listen to this shit. Are you ready? Buckle the fuck up. Are you ready? Oh, he uses language in here that's not nice, by the way.
Not the map! Not the map that illustrates how well over half of Palestine was taken to form Israel, and then most of what they were left with has been slowly stolen from them through settlements that are illegal under international law. How dare I use a map to illustrate apartheid and ethnic cleansing? Great rebuttal. The reason why I don't...
Okay. Don't, first of all, motherfucker, don't ruin this for the class. How do you think he's about to defend the map? Because he's about to. He's about to defend the map. And how do you think he's going to do it? There's a lot of ways. He's a very smart guy. He knows next level rhetoric. The fucking top tier, S tier debater. He's going to debate our way back towards perfect, idyllic liberalism. That's why we still need this man. That's why Destiny is so fucking important. He's going to do something I would have never guessed. He's going to basically say it was never the Palestinians' land because Britain were the original landlords. He's going to say that even though there were people living there, that these were their homes, that all this shit was the way it was, he's like, it wasn't their land. It was Britain's, stupid. Britain took that land over. Britain conquered it. Britain owned it. And they basically gave all the Palestinians 60 days to fucking vacate and said, push it on down the fucking road, bitch. That's how he defends this. It's fucking crazy.
Rebuttal on this because it's such a joke talking point because none of you people actually know anything about the history or anything about any of this, okay? That's the reason why this map has been rebutted a billion times.
I think at this point, he's just shoving raw handfuls of Vyvanse like straight up his own ass, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
1917, Palestinian land. This is not Palestinian land. The land was owned by the British, you f***ing. The name Palestine and the whole mandatory Palestine area was a result of the British carving this place out and taking it after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. This was
They carved it out. The British came in and they diligently crafted this land. They did it. They just did it. They made it. They made the land. They carved it out.
Not Palestinian land. This was Ottoman Empire land, and then had it become land that was administered by the British. That's why when you fucking
administered like a landlord. This is the same guy that his biggest fear about DSA is the abolishment of private property. Who's gonna think about the landlords when we get to tech utopia? You still have to have landlords. We had it then. We need to have it in the future. That's why we have to stop this commie menace.
used to talk about it, like, didn't you know that Golda Meir even had a Palestinian passport? Yes, that was printed by the Brits. It was British controlled and British owned, you f***ing moron. Number one. Number two, in 1946, when you say Jewish land, you're pointing out the places where Jewish people currently live. Yes, in 1946.
He says something here in a second that I think is fucking wild, and I'll explain it.
There are not Palestinians that live all over here. You think the Negev desert? You think this is mass occupied by Palestinians? It's not true. Most of them lived around here in Jerusalem and then up here scattered the fucking West Bank.
Nick Snack.
I said.
Thank you for the follow.
Okay.
It's not okay.
Okay. What?
Not okay. So he's mad because the borders are drawn in such a way that it wasn't like 5 people per cubic square inch all the way down to the southern tip. So he's like, the retraction of that land doesn't matter because there weren't people living there anyway. That's fucking stupid. It meant they had freedom of travel, you fucking jackass. It meant they could go anywhere in there that they wanted to. And you know what portion or what population was almost like surely to do something like that? The fucking Bedouin community, you fucking dick. There are people that travel. They don't live in any one given spot. They migrate with their fucking animals and shit. And now they don't have the ability to do that because more and more land in the West Bank has been fucking taken. Oh, there was never people all the way down here in the very tip, so therefore the map is dumb. They had the ability to roam. They had the ability to do what we take for granted every fucking day when you go from one state to the next. Now they can't do that. You know what else they can't fucking do? In some cases, when you finally do get to this map over here, Israel has turned around and put fucking fencing around individualized towns to where regardless of whatever side of that fence you're on at any given time of the day, they might just go, you can't go home or you can't leave your community. If you're going to go from like West Hollywood to fucking Van Nuys or whatever the fuck, you're not allowed. You're not allowed in that reality. Fucking asshole.
And Bedouin, I guess, tribes are going to be scattered through the Negev, but this is not.
Oh, wait. He does say it. So he does admit. We. Bagel and a coffee. Thank you for the follow. So he does admit, he's like, well, there are Bedouin tribes that might travel around in there. Yeah, no shit, jackass.
Fucking West Bank, okay? You've got Druze and Bedouin, I guess, tribes are going to be scattered through the Negev, but this is not like a bustling civilization of Palestinian people living in all these places, except for these little areas that the Jews have carved out. Okay.
The liberal doctrine of if you don't use it, you lose it. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that very liberal? Isn't that fighting a liberalism? If you don't use it, you lose it. Someone else gets to come along and dictate by force that you're not allowed to go there anymore. That's why this map is bad. That's why this map is stupid, and anybody that points to the map doesn't know anything about history. He contradicts himself before the fucking moment's even over. Fucking asshole. Anyway.
And deceit, and expecting it to flower with oranges.
It's not going to happen.
It's just not going to happen. And what's that Zola quote? If you take the truth and you bury it, put it in a box and bury it in the ground, it can't help but explode one day.
It's exploding.
I mean,
right now.
It's exploding.
Do you feel hopeful? I mean, people are dying in huge numbers. It's horrific.
How can you feel hopeful?
But that's my question to you.
I'm not feeling hopeful. It's heartbreaking, man. And why people have signed that thing now? Someone called me yesterday and said, did you see that the Israelis' response to this and how it's going to hurt and how filmmaking should transcend this? I was like, 100%, man. But we are in drastic times. This is a genocide, okay?
Child killed every hour.
This is a famine, a genocide, ethnic cleansing, human immigration. I mean, they're pushing people off their land. This is do or die now.
God damn. Some people don't get enough credit. Okay. There's a joke. There's a clip from like Malcolm in the Middle, I think it is. Fowl has put it in front of me a couple of times because I'll start on one thing and then it reminds me of something, so I'll play the other thing, and then it reminds me of something else, so then you have to get back to the original. Anyway.
I'm not punished just by the United States. Of course, the United States behave like the bull in the room, and therefore use all their might. But I'm also punished every time the international community doesn't stand up to defend my functions or the ICC as an institution or prosecutors and judges or investigators and the human rights organizations who are all sanctioned. You know, I'm not even paid by the UN to do what I'm doing. And the fact that a UN independent expert has been sanctioned, so is treated as an outcast, as if I was a narco trafficker, a drug dealer, or a brutal dictator. This speaks to the paradox we have reached today. So those alleged of committing war crimes and crimes against humanity, accused of committing war crimes and crimes against humanity, can roam around, and those who simply report on the facts as the UN mandates me and as international law mandates the ICC, they get punished. So it's very serious. But at the same time, what I really strive for is ultimately is integrity. I need to be fine with my conscience. I cannot stay silent because people are, because there are states who are bullies, and because there are companies.
There's so much across the board where that's like valid advice. It's decent advice. It is the best advice that you could possibly hope for. Doesn't matter just about this. Doesn't matter about these topics like this. It can even be just be how you conduct yourself at work, the degree to which you put effort in. You have to be able to look at yourself in the mirror at the end of the day. You have to be able to look at yourself in the mirror, live with the decisions that you've made, fucking be able to know that you did the right thing. You did your best. You put in the effort that was fucking worthy and justified. 100%. Effort at work, effort at home. When it comes to speaking out on things like this, like, you have to live with you. And I understand sometimes a lot of this shit is rough. Not everybody can fucking face tank the fucking hate. Not everybody can go ahead and fucking attach even their face to speaking out on a particular fucking topic. Not everybody wants that smoke. And I understand that. And I get that. But for the people like, she's not getting paid. She's been fucking persecuted out the fucking wazoo. Everybody that has defended Israel has fucking turned around and tried to shit on this woman and say that she's the worst things that you can call a person. She's been called. She's had her life fucking altered. Yeah. I mean, again, she's good people. She's good people. Good fucking people.
And states who profit from the death of children, because I couldn't live with the fact of having the duty to report on it and not doing that. Therefore, I will continue doing what I'm doing, but it should be a wake-up call for all the others. If they can sanction and silence a human rights observer of the United Nations, all the more, they can silence everyone. And the precedent like this is a very dangerous precedent for everyone.
Francesca Albanese, thank you so much for your time and speaking to us.
Yeah, it's just a lot, when a lot of the countries were basically threatening Israel to say that if they don't knock it off, they're going to recognize the state of Palestine. And it's like, okay, where are you going to mail the fucking certificate that they can hang on the refrigerator that they don't fucking have anymore? That was such an empty thing. Unless you're willing to do something to back that shit up, and none of them were. It was a gesture to like shut up some of their individual populaces that had concerns for what was going on, and it was just this weak ass thing to be able to say we're doing. Look what we did. We recognize them. They're there. We know that they're there. They're a state. We said they're a state. Now shut the fuck up. It's just there's a lot of dynamics at play. I understand. There's a lot of people that are afraid of Israel's big brother. Like, that shit's not lost on me. Nobody wants to get completely ostracized from global trade the way that they can end up getting fucked with if they cross the big bully. But I don't know. No good answers, folks. I got no good answers. I got nothing but bad news. Some other bad news we have is we're gonna listen to Hutch. Hello.
Good. How are you?
Oh, speaking of which, so I don't know if I'm gonna do both of these. There's two segments in here that I think are like maybe interesting. I want to hear this fucking phone call. Apparently Ethan he's clamoring for friends. Bless his little heart. And he called into Hutch's stream. So I have that, and then if we go backwards enough, the title for his stream was like Hassan's 1 hour crash out or something like that. So he's reacting to what you may end up seeing before I end stream is me reacting to Hutch, reacting to Hassan, talking about the fallout from that Max Nordau account that cut Hassan's fucking video to shit and completely fucking changed like the wording on what he was saying to turn it into something he definitely wasn't saying. But for now, I just want to hear this fucking phone call because there were a lot of people that were talking about it. So this is Ethan Klein. Ethan fucking Klein calling in to talk to his good buddy, his bestie bro, Jebediah Hutchinson III. Back up a tiny bit. So I guess he was talking about Dolly, which, cool. Good on you for paying tribute. I'm not going to shit on him for that.
Somebody else, because it's all grayed out and the setting is on in my settings.
For some reason, after I checked on the settings and I clicked on it, then it gave me the option to call you. So.
Wait, you're calling me right now because it came to my. Oh, that makes sense. So we're talking on Twitter right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, look, I'm old. I'm not going to say how old, but I'm old. I'm older than you think. I'm older than you would expect. I play with tech all day, especially once I get home. I've been fucking with OBS and Discord and fucking blah 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 and apps and bullshit. There's no excuse if your job is in media like this to not know how to fucking do like a voice call. And the fact that he's talking to him and goes, "Wait, we're talking right now?" I'm nitpicking. I understand that, but that's just like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
We did it.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you? We're enjoying, the great Hutch's coverage. One of this great sane minds, and I was watching this morning, and I've been thinking about the Hassan thing, and it's.
Ethan's been thinking about the Hassan thing. Also, fork found in kitchen. And wait a minute. I'm getting something from the back. Water is wet, apparently. So these are all late breaking updates that we've received today.
I don't know if people are even. I want to explain what I think he's doing, and I think it's actually quite insidious. And I don't know if this is obvious.
It's insidious. Okay. Here's what I'm going to say. I haven't watched this yet. He didn't go back and watch the other clip. He only saw the 50-second fucking butcher job, and he's going to make a huge proclamation about insidiousness that Hassan is doing based only off of the clip. For the new folk, last night I watched another one of the Live and Learn boys, IRI, basically dissect the 50-second clip. And then what I was doing is I was bouncing back and forth between the longer version, showing you what was left out. And then once it caught up, I would go back to IRI's stream and watch him watching the 50-second version. And for the people that have said, oh, no, the longer version doesn't change anything. The longer version, Hassan says on numerous occasions, American Jews are not singularly focused on Israel, which is why it is bad to put that out there, because it is just not true. So you see all of the portion that the Nordau account cut out, and then you cut back to IRI, who didn't get that context, and he goes, who is Hassan even talking about? Because no American Jew is like this. And I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, because that's what got cut out of the conversation. That's what got left on the cutting room floor. You've never decided to go look for the other information, the other material. You just want to chew on the baby food that this guy is fucking blowing with a straw into your mouth. These people fucking blow me away. They're like, we hate Hassan. The International Hassan Haters of America, Chapter 407. And the idea of maybe there was more to this, and as content creators, as live streamers, one of the things you consistently want is more shit to fucking kill time, especially if you react. If you're a big react guy, none of these motherfuckers yap for as long as I do. First of all, none of these people are pause Andes. I never get through these longer videos. Never. I turn a half hour into 2 fucking hours almost every time. But you would think you would go get an 8-minute fucking segment so that you could find out what the 50-second got turned into, or what got left out of the 50-second segment. You watched IRI literally go, this is insane that he's saying this, because who's even like this? They left out the part where he says no one is like this. The context changed literally the entire dynamic of what the fuck he was trying to say. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't tell the newspapers I was mad. Do not tell them I'm mad, because I'm not mad. If he had said Zionists instead of Jews, this wouldn't even be a headline. It would have probably just been limited to a post on Twitter. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. So Hassan is insidious, and we're going to base it off of 50 seconds of fucking pure dog shit. But okay.
Yes, or if people already know this, and you kind of did touch on it today, but what he does is he spends so much of his time convincing his audience that he doesn't hate Jewish people and that there's a big difference between Jewish people.
Dude, I can't. You know why he spends so much of his time doing it? Because he doesn't actually hate Jewish people, motherfucker. He doesn't. He spends so much of his time trying to do disclaimers to make sure that people understand that you're not supposed to treat an ethnicity like a monolith and that it's not all Jewish people. It's part of his insidiousness. Dude.
Liberal.
I mean, okay, hold on. Lock in, goddammit. I don't have it in me to smack myself in the face for dramatic effect, but.
And Zionists, right? And so Zionists are the enemy. Zionist is the worst thing you can be.
Except for the fact in the context of like Brad Lander, for example, pointing to someone that is willing to vote, be a reliable vote to make the bomb stop falling, is someone right now at this very desperate juncture. You just got done watching Mark Ruffalo talk about the fact that like these are desperate fucking times. These are life and death times. If you're willing to have someone say, look, I love Israel. I think Israel's fucking dope, but we have done a grave wrong to the Palestinians. We've denied them dignity. We have put them in horrific conditions, and that needs to stop because we don't need to do that in order to thrive as a people. And the time has come, make the bomb stop falling, restore dignity to their lives. Now, am I still going to have disagreements with somebody like Brad Lander? Fucking of course. Of course. Because as time progresses and you get those immediate necessary foundational blocks established where bombs are no longer falling on these people and they get the aid that they fucking need, right? Now we can have more nuanced conversation. That's what everybody wants is conversation. But a vote to make the bomb stop falling is something that as long as that's coming from you, I can at least listen to what the fuck else you have to say. And I at least have belief that you're willing to listen to what I have to say. But somebody like this, they're not listening. They're not listening at all. They have no interest in listening. They don't care about this topic, not as they present it. They don't give a fuck. They just want to be able to say Hassan bad and keep the focus on him so that they're not talking about what the fuck the actual like policy, the actual political issue is. The suffering of people. If you can talk about a himbo, you don't have to talk about the suffering of people. The suffering of people is what is turning Israel into a pariah state. Hassan is very insidious. And if you're a Zionist, you're the enemy. Okay, well then fucking explain Brad Lander, dickhead.
Jewish people, and that there's a big difference between Jewish people and Zionists, right? And so Zionists are the enemy. Zionist is the worst thing you can be. The problem is that he defines Zionism as anybody that, I mean, as he said once, has any kind of fondness for this, has ever at any point had any kind of fondness for the state of Israel, or anybody that doesn't think that Israel should be, wiped off the map.
I think the quote is it like any sort of defense at this. I think that was the dog catcher quote. Hold on. Yeah, that's not the quote. What he's saying is not the quote. Any Zionist tendency should be treated like being a rabid neo-Nazi. You shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher if they've ever exhibited any sort of positive feelings about Israel. So he's fucking the quote up. And in a vacuum, I'll admit, there's something there to where if you don't know what the fuck is going on, you're going to look at that and feel some kind of way. And I understand that. And the people that fucking weaponize clips and shit like this are 100%. They're counting on you not knowing what the fuck he's talking about. They're counting on you listening to 17 seconds and getting pissed off and not caring about what the fuck the actual conditions on the ground are over there. Because I will repeat, This is what he's talking about. If you feel positive in the face of this, that's a problem. If you feel positive and all warm and fuzzy in the face of this, and you know that this is going on, and you have nothing to say about this, other than like, I made a post last year and I said it was bad. Oh, fucking bravo. But this is the issue. This is what's at play here, right? You should be pissed. Everyone should be pissed. You should be pissed about this. This isn't being neutral, actually. This is being impartial. Because when you see this, you should go, what the fuck?
So, when you read a stat like 80% or whatever, it's like, I don't know, 80, 90% of American Jews have some type of like positive association with Israel. It doesn't mean they support the government.
Right.
But what it does mean is that by Hassan's absolutely insane, rabid definition of.
Also, I'm pretty sure a lot of those polls and shit happened prior till so again, he's doing the thing I literally just talked about. Some of these statistics rely on people just a blanket statement. If you turned around and said something to the effect of like, should Israelis have a home? Most people are going to say like, yeah, everybody should have, or like, if the Jewish people, do they deserve a home? Everybody's going to turn around and say, well, everybody deserves a home. Fuck yeah. Homes for everybody. Kurds, Jews, Iraqis, fucking everybody gets home. The question is the expense, the word expense. When you put the expense word in, should Group A have a home at the expense of Group B? You're still going to get assholes that are going to say yes. But my argument, my assertion is going to be the numbers are not going to reflect the fucking same. That's important. So you can play with polling. I have polling that shows that Kamala probably would have won at least numerous swing states in the event that she changed her position on an embargo. That's my polling. I'd rather talk about that polling. I'm not here to vilify fucking anybody as far as based on ethnicity or even an understanding that maybe they do or don't have about something that's happening on the other side of the fucking planet. Right? Like, we have abilities to disassociate as human beings and remove ourselves from thinking that we're even remotely connected to anything bad in the world. And just go, well, I don't know anything about that, and I don't have anything to do with that. I just like the thing that I like. Right? So again, okay, polling, sure.
Zionism, then what he is doing is fomenting hate for 90% of American Jews. But because he's convinced his audience.
But but that's the other thing. That's the other thing from that fucking quote, right? The quote was, they're not singularly focused. They're not singularly focused on Israel. And they're not. American Jews aren't. They're not putting Israel ahead of like their own concerns at home about rent and food and keeping their family safe, or even anti-Semitism in general, which is a real thing, fucking obviously. But that's the difference, and he's already fucking with what's been said. He's not saying if you happen to like Israel at all. He got done watching, I think at the time, that quote, I think he got done watching something like some new latest news update or some shit that was closer to when a lot of the fighting and shit was still happening. And if you're aware of what was happening at that time and you're still like, fucking Israel's dope, we love it there. Multicultural, multi-ethnic paradise. While bombs are still falling, hospitals are destroyed, and they had like a couple hundred people a day that were coming in with like holding their fucking leg. In that circumstance, if you have nothing to say about what's going on, but you still just like, I just really like it there, I don't care about that other shit. Fuck those kids on the other side of that fence. That's a problem. That's where you should the Zionist tendencies where you're talking about political land acquisition and shit like that. The stuff that Ruffalo was talking about.
That not all Jews are Zionists, and that there's so many good Jews out there, guys. You know, look at all my Jewish friends and look at all the Jewish people online. They hate Israel, and like so many Jews hate Israel. So we're not anti-Semitic. We just hate 90% of Jewish people in America. But he has difficulty reckoning with that fact because his definition of Zionism is so it's so broad
He wouldn't ask a single challenging question of Mallory McMorrow. He just sat the fuck down, clammed up, and then had the tamest, most timid questions to ask her. He's got Ethan, the Ethan Klein on the. He's just gonna sit there and let Ethan fucking ramble.
Or it involves so many Jewish people.
What's up, Fiction?
Because it's so it's so hard to qualify as an anti-Zionist in Hassan's community, right? You have to basically.
Hold on. Need the clip. Need the clip. People still get mad at. He was reacting to. The Stephen Azark video, and he was showing. I know fucking Bad Empanada made fun of him for it, but he was reacting to the Stephen Azark video, and he would. Oh, hold on, maybe I can look on YouTube. That's on YouTube. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hold. Let's see. I think it's Azark.
You know, it's actually kind of crazy that I'm so used to just doing this all the fucking time. From an industry perspective, if you're like a live streaming industry person.
Shut up. Shut up, you himbo fuck. Hold on.
Grew up in Israel and served in the IDF, where he listened in on Hezbollah communications. But after spending some time traveling the world and becoming more radically left, he denounced his former country.
I don't think people are bad or good. I think everyone's a little selfish and people can do bad things or good things. I think if you serve in the IDF, you're doing a bad thing. I think if you grow out of it and you look back, when I was a kid, I didn't have the political knowledge and understanding, right? To really view it that way. And I want to be grateful to.
He is not the only one. Okay? He's not. Bro, I'm telling you, there's hella Israeli Hasanabi heads that are anti-Zionists.
About myself.
Eric grew up.
Now. Hold on, what was that?
It's so hard to qualify as an anti-Zionist in Hassan's community, right?
He's not. Bro, I'm telling you, there's hella Israeli Hasanabi heads that are anti-Zionists.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. Tell us more, Ethan.
You have to basically be pro-Hamas at this point to be considered anti-Zionist, right? You have to be like Norm Finkelstein, who said on October 8th he was euphoric at the sights of Hamas breaking into Israel.
Well, I don't even think Norm Finkelstein, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Norm Finkelstein is Norm Finkelstein even a one-state person? I don't know if he opposes.
Who cares? Who gives a shit? Who cares? Even if that's the case, who cares? Because what did I just get done saying? This is the thing that they can't wrap their fucking noodles around. If you're willing to basically say, get the bombs to stop falling, get the willingness to restore dignity to these people, get them the help they need, the aid, get them the beginnings of shelter, get them on a path where they're right again. There's a lot of people that are desperate enough to be okay with that, at least in the interim, because it's a step in the right direction. We're not all debate perverted to where it's like, well, I think we need to argue the merits and then basically just jerk each other off, accomplishing nothing. The thing that Francesca Albanese just got done saying in that other video that we're watching is essentially, we need to get the bombs to stop falling. This 1 state, 2 state, 3 states. Fuck that. Where do you stand on war crimes? Where do you stand on the actual atrocities that are going on? Let's talk about that. Spending a bunch of time talking about 3 states. Who cares? The advocacy and the fucking the exposition, the dialogue needs to be. We need to put in front of everybody's face to the fullest degree possible the realities of the fucking what's going on the ground over there. This bald motherfucker doesn't do that at all. He can't be bothered. It's gross. It's icky. He'll blame the Twitch terms of service, but you can. There's trust me. There's a thing called pre-screening videos. You can take the fucking little mousey and it gives you a little pop-up and you can tell what the fuck is going on. If you care enough, you can put that information, you can find ways to put that information in front of your fucking audience.
Is the existence of Israel. But I could be wrong about that. But like
actually, ironically, I think you might actually be right about that. But I don't think he makes a big fuss about it either way. He just really fucking
yeah, right.
He really hates Israel and in all of its forms.
But in terms of defining Zionism, Hassan very repeatedly defines it as an inherently, what his language is, ethno-supremacist, settler colonial project.
Right.
And
these guys couldn't give you a breakdown of what the fuck that means to save their ass.
I guess a question that popped into my head when you were talking is, when you were being raised in Judaism, how often did the word Zionism come up, like in your studies and in your, in where you worshipped and your family? Was that
Here's why this is dumb, okay? Go with me on this. The conversation about Hassan using the word inbred, he's used it for other people as well, but he's also used it for like MAGA chuds that have turned around and like the one case that I point to constantly that's a perfect encapsulation was the father-son duo that ran down and killed Ahmaud Arbery, and the people that would show up in his chat to defend that. They're basically defending white supremacism or white supremacy. They're defending this sort of notion of like, two white dudes should be entitled to fucking run down a black man because he had the audacity to go jogging through a construction site. That boy's up to no good. And to feel entitled that they can run someone down and kill them. It should be able to do it, right? So did anyone teach them what fucking Zionism was? Did anyone teach them the words white supremacy? Did anyone teach them any sort of overarching principle, or does it come from other areas? Does it come from like anything where passed down from generation to generation? There's just a simple conversation that you're special. You're special and those people aren't. You're special. You're one of the good ones. Those people are the bad ones. Whatever the ones are, whatever it happens to be. This notion of like, oh, did they bust out the Z word when you were going to school is like such a fucking pudding-brained ass. I love his interviewing skills. It's next level.
a term that was used a lot?
Never. I mean, for me, never. The first time I ever even started thinking about that word was like, I mean, I had heard it. If anything, the only people I heard using it was like white nationalists and like David Duke type of people. Those were the only people using that word, at least in my view.
And academics. It was definitely a word that came up in when I went to college.
It's not. He's like, bro, it's not just it's not just neo-Nazis. Ethan, calm down. Calm down, Ethan. Ethan, calm down.
Yeah.
I'm not in the academia area of Israeli studies and stuff. But I've always just heard, David Duke and people like that, Zionism, Zios, the Zionists, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I never ever at when I was at temple or Torah study or in the synagogue, whatever.
No, he was there's videos of him, I want to say around like 2014 maybe, or even sooner. He's driving around in Israel. I want to say it's in Israel, from his car. Him and Hila, they're recording the members of the Orthodox community, and he's just horrifically god awful shitting on them, talking about they smell, saying all sorts of amazingly fucked up shit, but he's like, did they talk about this in your studies and shit? And it's like, well, I'm not really versed. Like, yeah, we know your highlight reel, bro. If people like Hutch had a clue, then they would be offended more by Hassan calling Trump voters inbred and it's part of elitist denigration of poors, historically speaking. I don't know, not true. People like Hutch offended by Hassan Trump voters. Oh no. So Frank, the idea isn't to say that they're definitely it's 100% making fun of like the ideology or the thought processes, the reasoning to say that they're it's the support of white supremacy. It's not saying that that they're actual cousin fuckers or something like that. He's coming up with a word for the arsler is the motivation behind it.
It was never about Zionism or anything like that. If anything, it's just yeah, there's a lot of conversation too about how Jews are raised to on propaganda and this type of stuff. Honestly, I think that a lot of American Jews have family or associations or entanglements and crossovers with people or things in Israel. So it's like anybody else that has an association with like somebody who's German is born in America, but they have German family and they have places they like in Germany, or maybe they visited Germany. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my mom is Italian, and so they didn't start traveling until the last like 20 years, and they've taken like 6 trips to this little city in Italy where my mom's family come from, and it's like this city of like 300 people or whatever. And now she has a deep fondness for that city and her family that live in that city. And so now there's this like direct familial connection there. And she was trying to like get me dual citizenship in Italy. And so, yeah, I mean, I take your point in terms of not that exclusive or unique to Jewish people to have like a similar situation, right?
That's fine. Ultimately, that's fine. The conversation comes at what point do you try to use, if you have a fondness for a place because that's where your grandmama come from, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I understand all the different things that are associated with this. Don't get me wrong, but that's fine. But at a certain point, when do you start to go, enough's enough? Enough's enough. Start using your connection to that place, because there has to be an understanding there to where if you keep, I'm not saying it should be mandatory, like I'm not going to go that far, but if you're like, I just love it there, but I'm never going to talk about the fact that the military that represents the place that I love is doing what they're doing, and that they've killed like tens of thousands of people in the last 2 or 3 years, if not over 100K. They've racked up over 100K, many of them children, many of them people in tents, many of them civilians, no accountability whatsoever. There's no sign of it stopping. But I just like it there. At a certain point, that has to get addressed. I just don't, like, they're dancing around it. I wonder if they even bring that shit up. You know, like, and at the most I've ever heard is Ethan try to say like, well, we're staunch defenders of the Palestinian cause. And then there's highlight reels of them talking about like, if you take the wrong road in like Rafah, or if you go into Rafah at all, they'll fucking kill you. Or no, it's a Ramallah. Like if you go in there, they'll hang you. They'll just hang you because they hate you. They're hateful people. Like, dog, if you're staunch defenders of the Palestinian cause while the Palestinians are getting bombed and your heart goes out for them, why are you taking moments like that while this shit is occurring to be like, well, you know, they are really hateful and they'll lynch you if they get the opportunity. You're kind of talking past yourself and basically saying that all of that defense of the Palestinian cause is bullshit. It's hot fucking garbage. 2,000 DGG viewers are watching this. Yeah, and it's nothing more than that. But then to turn to your audience and say, well, if you're one of these people, like that just has like a completely normal association with a country that you might know, people that live there or what have you, then you're a baby killer. You're a Nazi. He really doesn't even mince words these days, right? You're a fucking evil Nazi. And one of his favorite quotes that I like
is that
the dog walking one with.
Yeah, exactly. Is that if you've ever at any point had a fondness for Israel, you should not even qualify to be the local dog walker, right?
Zionist tendency. And he had very specific intentionality behind the words that he had. He's talking about taking other people's land, bombing other people on the other side of a wall. Not happy, lucky people having picnics in the shimmering jewel of democracy in the middle of the desert. Not people that just have a fondness for a place that they visited. None of that shit. If you're defending what's going on, if you're trying to downplay shit, if you're trying to change the subject, if you're trying to change the topic, and then you're still trying to turn around and basically like upsell a place in the midst of, while you have numerous politicians, religious figures, people of prominence and power putting their whole face in front of a camera and talking about we need to kill. Let's see. See if I can find it. Here we go. German MEP Hildegard Bentelli of the Conservative Christian Democratic Union, chair of the blah, 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 blah. To justify her position, Bentelli brought up the debunked claims about atrocities. She asked viewers to consider the context in which Ben-Gvir made the remarks, including the difficulty of dealing with terrorists who do not want to disarm. Wait, that's not the one I was wanting. Oh, yeah, no. Defends Israel's national security minister, Ben-Gvir, after he called for Israel to kill 30 to 40 Palestinians in Gaza every night. I want that clip. I don't know who the fuck this other lady is. I don't care. Yeah, here we go. Hey, this is one of the prominent people in fucking
Israel.
And this is a guy with insane levels of power, insane levels of clout. Okay. Now, here, you know what? You should be able to defend any of this that you want. America's a free country. Defend it. There's no secret. Oh, fuck this. There's no secret. I argued with the head of the government. I think we need to carry out targeted operations in Gaza every single night to take down 30, 40, not just those who are an immediate threat to you. No, there are people, there are not human beings. They don't need to live. They are not people. I also give them what I call humanity. And I think we need to silence them with treatment, with aid. I have a dry spot on my lips, driving me nuts. With the embrace of the Israeli people, but also by fighting these enemies. I literally see all of our Gaza, amen, settlements, not just in Gush Katif is like, that's where all the Sephardic Jews want to see or not all, I shouldn't say that, but that's where a lot of the post October 7th, 2023, because of like, this is what I was reading. If it's bullshit, it's bullshit. But because of like more of an acceptance of like kosher cell phones, I guess, that they got dialed into like Telegram and Telegram channels, and a lot of the Sephardic Jews, while they are not Zionist, or they do not consider themselves to be Zionist, they are in like right wingers. They back Netanyahu. They look at this as a security issue, and they basically think that like Israel should rule over Gaza. So we're now back into an almost closer 1-to-1 to MAGA. They don't give a fuck about the Hispanics. They don't give a fuck. They see this other as like something that needs to be dealt with. So this notion of trying to hide behind whether or not they're definitionally Zionist, you can still be hateful bigots that think that like religion is on your side and gives you an air of superiority over an otherized group of people, and then clamor for the destruction of civilians. That thought process is pretty fucking backwards as far as I'm concerned. The thought process The clinging to something like that, the basically saying that when it comes down to it, we're completely okay with starving out civilians. There's polling and shit from like the first quarter of 2024 that supports what I'm saying. So yeah, the settlement that he's speaking to also feeds into like popular support for reclaiming Gaza and taking back that specific settlement. It's one of those like wedge issues that catches the ear of more of the right wingers. They hear that and they're like, fuck yeah, that's what we want to see. Anyway, he's calling for like 40 people to be killed every day. Weird. Weird how we don't talk more about that. Instead, we need to talk about the fucking himbo.
That's the quote that Sam Cedar famously defended.
Yeah, don't get me started on his sane washing. That was a crazy thing to say. But
I don't know who introduced that language into the lib vernacular, sane washing, but crazy making and sane washing, they use that way too fucking much.
Tell me what you think, because like I think that for Hassan, I think like number one, I think his ego is very, very big, obviously, and I think he's not thinking about American politics in terms of like specific policies, like Medicare for all. In his mind, I think he sees himself as a thought leader and as someone who's going to lead the world into like his version of anti-colonialism and ending capitalism. And I think he sees Israel as like the ultimate example of settler colonialism. And
the problem with Hassan is that he's megalomaniacal, and the Twitch streaming career is his path towards ultimate power. He thinks that with a bit of himbo riz and an overwhelming charm and charisma with the evils of socialism, that he's going to rise to a level of cult-like prominence in these here United States until he turns it into the communist states of America. And he's not even going to it's going to be America. That's so fucking wild, dude.
I don't think he's considering the experience like what you describe, where, you know, you're not raised.
No, he believes it. Hold on. He believes this shit. He believes this shit. He's not intelligent enough to come up with this as a bit. This is the shit he talks about all the fucking time.
I assume probably most American Jewish people are not raised with this belief that they're like literally a superior race or like an ethno identity or something. It's, you know, yeah.
That, I mean, yeah.
How did this start? This started with, how were you raised in school? How was your studies? What did they cover in your studies? Okay. Well, hold on. Don't ruin this for the class. Hold on. Everybody chill the fuck out for a second. I need to scroll. I need to do some power scrolling. I need to do some scrolling down the river. Because while all of this is happening, okay. Well, no, that's not the one I want. Because I want the other one too. That's got his fucking the brother. Wait for it. Hold on. Fuck. I guess when I blocked him, it fucked it up. Let's go with this. There's another one though. Is David Yosef. I want. I think it's close enough. Let's see how close I got. 30. One is fucking brother. No, I spelled it wrong. Okay, hold on. Don't abandon me now. I want to make a point. Good one. Let's see. Here we go. So, here's the question. What are they talking about right now? They're talking about, now granted, this asshole that I'm about to put on your screen is not indicative, and I'm not saying, I want to be very clear about this. I'm not saying that this man that I'm about to put on the screen is indicative of the overall Israeli people Jewish people, religious Jews, not saying any of that shit. Okay. I am staunchly both feet cemented in the ground of you don't treat any group of people like a monolith. This is fundamental. This is important. However, he's asking Ethan, well, when you went through school, when you went through religious school, did they tell you you were special? And he's like, no. And it's supposed to be, well, there you go. I guess we're done then. I guess we can wrap this shit up. Hassan's an evil villain, bigot, anti-Semite, and Ethan and Hutch and all the libs were correct the whole time, right? Wrong. Jamie, pull that shit up. What you have here is the former chief rabbi, Yitzhak Yosef, who calls for ethnic cleansing. I don't know if there's captions, so hold on. According to Jewish law, non-Jews are forbidden from living in the land of Israel unless they undertake the 7 Noahide rules. Don't know what the fuck those are. Let's let him explain it. He says if they are not willing to undertake the rules, instead of them committing suicide, that's wild, they're sent to Saudi Arabia. That's according to Jewish law. We are not mighty, and we lack the power to dominate, but that is what we must do. It is forbidden for non-Jews to live in the land of Israel. However, we are not mighty. We are waiting for our righteous Messiah, who will be the total and true redemption, and then it will be done. Resident foreigners who undertake the 7 Noahide rules are permitted to live in the land. Who will be the servants? ? Who will be our aides? ? They will be our aides. That's why we allow them here in the country. He's talking about if they basically turn around and obey these rules that say that they can be here, but they have to serve us, then therefore, like, that's allowed. They can be here. If they don't, they can either kill themselves or we'll exile them. So hold on. I'm sorry. What was the point of this? It was to say that when Ethan went through, this guy was in power in like 2023, 2024. He was the chief rabbi. He was the big dog. This guy was, and there's another clip of him talking about, he's thanking Trump because there was a moment when they didn't have bombs to drop on Gaza. And he goes, I'm telling you this out of, because I had the inside info at the time. He says, but for a while we were just flying planes over Gaza and breaking the sound barrier to make noise. We didn't have enough ammunition to drop on them. But thankfully, Trump gave us that ammunition, and that's why we see him as a good ruler. Now, let's recap. Why am I telling you all this shit? Because he's trying to go, Ethan, they didn't teach you about Zionism when you were in school, right? So therefore, it doesn't exist. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
That's just a Nazi propaganda, right? That's all it is. No, there's no
race or like an ethno identity or something. It's, yeah.
That's just a Nazi propaganda, right? That's all it is. No, there's no, Jewish people don't think listen, I'm not friends with a lot of religious Jewish people, but I knew a lot of them when I lived in Israel. Nobody's walking around thinking they're like superior. I think there's like the radical settlers, right? These types of people do believe that stuff. And I'm pretty sure that me and even most Israelis are united in thinking these people are fucking horrific, disgusting, racist people. But like the vast majority of Jewish people definitely doesn't have this superiority complex. It's not like we're some group that's looking to like screw over other Jews. I mean, or that we're colluding together to the whole greater Israel conspiracy craziness, which is something that I've heard even Hassan saying now, which is just like a straight up David Duke, like Protocols of Zion level of conspiracy.
Yeah.
achievements in all arenas. Truly, it's the hand of God. The extraordinary work of the defense establishment in all its branches, commanders and fighters. And there is a concluding diplomatic leg. There is a concluding diplomatic leg in Judea and Samaria that completely kills the idea of dividing the land and establishing a terror state in its heart. There will be a concluding diplomatic leg in Gaza that will expand our borders. There will be a concluding diplomatic leg in Lebanon that will expand our borders to the Litani River, to defensible borders. There will be a concluding democratic leg in Syria to the Mount Hermon, and the buffer zone, at least. Yes, there is a military leg, there is a diplomatic leg. Both are legs of bravery, determination, faith, love of the land, and strength. That's what earns respect in our neighborhood in the Middle East, and that's what's needed to ensure the security, existence, and future of the land of Israel. So thank you very much for another settlement. And I ask all of us to join hands to be partners and to have the privilege of establishing many more settlements. Again in Judea and Samaria, but not only there will be a lot of work for all of us after the war. This is Israeli Minister Ben Smotrich has officially announced the start of the Greater Israel Project. He includes Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. I guess, fucking,
It's just not a thing. And I mean, the thing is, Zionism is such a, I feel like the whole Zionism thing is moot at this point because the state of Israel has already existed for 100 years almost. And there's 9 million people living there. It's a fully developed country. This whole conversation about how the only solution is...
Ooh, wait, hold on. One more. This guy loves talking about this shit. Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich says he hopes the biblical version of Greater Israel will one day be fulfilled. He says, absolute victory is conquering Gaza, encouraging Palestinian emigration, and rebuilding Jewish settlements there. Oh my God. Regarding the borders, I'm a religious man, and the borders of God gave us the greater land of Israel. I truly hope and pray that one day this will happen. Israel is fine. I'm establishing the state of Israel, its hold on Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. I'm certainly staying deep in the security zone in Lebanon. Gaza, part of the land of the state of Israel. This is what I will work to establish in my practical role. Does this mean I'm abandoning my aspirations for even more? I'm not abandoning them. I'm leaving some of the work to God. But I tell you what, yes, I want to conquer all of Israel, establish military rule, encourage migration, and resettle with Jews. It is my view, absolute victory is when we resettle the Gaza Strip and exact a real price. David Duke shit, I guess.
One state with equal rights. It's I think the only solution for the world is world peace and that everybody, gets $1 million. The truth is that it's never going to happen. And it's not because I don't think it's great or I don't think that would be a nicer version of the world.
I don't know. It's whatever. It's not, you're never going to change certain people's minds. It's fine. But it's part of it is, and I'm a fucking nobody. I'm a loser. But part of it is just, even if you're standing by yourself, to fart in somebody else's fucking echo chamber and just be like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's either that or you go crazy. So fuck it.
It's just the same thing. It's just not going to happen. It's just a country. It's been there 100 years. It's full of people. It has, you know what I mean? It's not something that you just flip a switch. And one thing I told Hassan when we were kind of disagreeing on leftovers was that the only way I see that happening is through some horrific war. That's the only way I see something like that happening. And
I don't buy that at all, by the way. That is suggesting that saving the economy, saving trade, actually having the global community turn around and put like proper economic sanctions on Israel, depriving them of the munitions necessary to conduct the war. What you're telling me is that they are so entrenched. This is worse than any of my takes, by the way. What he just said and the shit that he said in the past, that they would rather nuke the whole fucking countryside than ever get to the point where they have to acknowledge like Palestinian existence. That is, in essence, you are saying that they are so fucking horny for war, ethnic cleansing, and genocide that any manner of self-preservation necessary when it comes to even the cutting off of trade, that they will go, no, we need to kill harder. That's worse than anything that I think. That is giving them less humanity than anything that I think of anyone that lives there. That's insane. That's quantifiably fucking crazy. The horrific war thing is more and more likely the worse it gets. Well, there's also that. But the issue becomes, no, blue administration, red administration, no one is basically putting their fucking foot down when it comes to this shit. It's very much that we can't expect anything more. It's impossible. Yeah, fucking, it's like, what the fuck?
Israel would have to be forced through violence or extreme coercion that would require like very broad international consensus in a way that's just difficult to imagine. You know, what I was getting at when I was setting up like how Hassan sees himself.
Can we take this back to Hassan, please? Please? Can we bring this back to we got to talk about Hassan and his malevolent ambitions towards world domination. That's a new one, by the way. The fact that he's like, he sees himself as a megalomaniacal dictator that's going to ride the false wave of socialism into a new world order. Dude, you need to get the fuck out of your apartment or house or whatever the fuck this is. You need to get outside more. Fuck that. You need to get the fuck away from your computer. That's insane. That's fucking insane. I don't even remember what the quote was, but he's like, he's so self-absorbed and narcissistic that he thinks he's going to rise to global power. You're fucked. You're fucked at this point. That's not good. That's not healthy. And that's coming from me. That's coming from me. That should hurt. That should hurt your feeling. Come here. Get closer. That should hurt your fucking feelings for me to say that. 100%. That should bother you. For me to say that you've lost the plot and that you need to get the fuck out of your house, that should hurt your fucking feelings. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Oh, Sean's going to try to take over the fucking world. He has to believe that, by the way. That's why he runs neck and neck with Destiny for who fucking puts Hassan on their screen more than anybody else. He's like, we have to, that's why he covers this shit to the extent that he does. He spends so much time and then all night, here. I bet she's doing it right now. 2 hours ago. Arguing with Jola, friend of show, arguing with Jola about Hassan. Who said defend him, you egg-headed fuck? Arguing with people about Hassan. Still going. How many tweets about Hassan is that for you today? You have no idea how much stamina I have for this. Oh, we believe you. This is not good. Dude, that's not good. That's not good.
And like one of the reasons why I think his movement that he's trying to build is just so useless is I think they see themselves as like fighting a war against capitalism that ended in the 90s and a war against the establishment of the state of Israel that ended decades ago. And like to your point, like the matter is settled. Israel does exist, even if you
okay, but fine, it exists. Don't give a fuck. What is the accountability piece for the war crime? When do we finally say enough is enough as their number one trade partner? When do we turn around and say no more? When do we cut ties? When do we say enough is enough? When? Who gives a fuck about this? It does exist, doesn't exist, right to exist. Humans have a right to fucking exist. And that right is being deprived of the Palestinians by them. And we're helping them do it. Fuck this. Just accept it. Just accept it. Just accept it. They're going to fucking utilize the munitions that we send over there on the regular to turn around and blast the shit out of them. Just accept it. They're not going anywhere. Well, fuck that. I can't do anything. I can't. And not you can't. But when you get enough people and back enough fucking politicians, I wish there was some other way, but there is a mechanism there to show support for the people that are willing to make the bomb stop falling. Zionists, not Zionists, liberal Zionists, fucking 1 state, 2 state, 3 states, 9 states. I don't give a fuck. The number one thing that is important right now is someone that will fucking stand on business, hand to God, and say, if you put me in office, I will vote to make the bomb stop. That's got to be the first step. That is the first step. People to the left of me, which to the extent that that exists and that they are genuine, they'll be like, no support. No. Well, guess what? Then we just sit back and we watch then. The fuck are you going to do about it? The fuck is your plan? Your plan is to fucking chirp. I know I'm chirping right now, but at least the thing that I'm saying that I'm advocating for, I'm backing the himbo. When the himbo says this is a good candidate and we should fucking phone bank and we need to door knock and we need to help get out the vote, we need to help back some of these people. So far, I'm in. There's always room for a politician to fucking disappoint you. Do not forget that. But tell me what the alternative plan is. That's what I thought.
Yeah, problems with like the way that it was initially formed to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah.
But that's literally every country is a product of some kind of colonialism. Like literally every country.
Every country starts with war, and every country keeps second-class citizens, and every country dominates somebody else. You're being anti-Semitic if you have a problem with the only is like, that's how this fucking language is supposed to work. You're supposed to turn around and be okay with this. You're supposed to hear sweaty. There's ethno-states everywhere. There's people being subjugated to literal open-air prisons everywhere. And if you only have an issue with the singular Jewish state, then you're a fucking bigot and you're a piece of shit and you're an anti-Semite and you deserve to be shunned. You deserve to be shunned. Shun, Charlie. No one would accept this. No one would fucking accept this. And the thing that fucking just fucking grinds my gears, you know what grinds my gears? They want to turn around and say that if not for the Israeli-Palestine issue, or Israel-Palestine issue, and if not for the current, he's a anti-Semitic, bigoted monster meta that's occurring right now, the thing that they've been bitching about this entire time, the reason that they hate Hassan, the reason that they hate the DSA, what's the buzzword? Anybody know? Illiberalism. Hassan represents illiberalism and he hates liberal democracies. He's illiberal. And the Democrats and Democrats like Hutch, moderates like Hutch, they want to preserve liberal democracy. I don't even have a good fucking... Oh, I just thought of a new sound. I need a new song. I need some fucking, and I'll proudly stand up next to you and defend her still today. I don't have that. Just imagine that I found it already. But I have on my songs tab, I've got all the room. Hold on. Fuck it. Real goddamn American patriots like Hutch, Destiny, Loner Box. They all defend liberal democracy. They love this country, and they're not going to tolerate any sort of anti-Semitic, illiberal, sissified terror supporter like Hamasabi Piker. That's why at every turn they need to defend the most moral nation state of Israel as they continue to work hand in hand with their military, the IDF, as they support Israeli settlers taking more and more land away from Palestinians in the West Bank. Even if they're Palestinian Americans, it doesn't matter, folks, because that's what classical liberals do. They defend liberalism. And right now we defend liberalism by defending land grabs in the West Bank. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen from the chat? Like, this is bullshit. No one would fucking accept this shit. This is such a fucking abomination. It is just absolutely just, it's taking the truth, bending it over a table, and just fucking it in the ass.
Country. And if your problem is ethno-states, it's like, well, I got some bad news about the vast majority of countries in the Middle East, because
he's absolutely wrong about this definition too. He's got his head up his fucking ass when it comes to this topic. He's dumber than a box of fucking cat turds.
I looked into it like a month ago.
He did a Claude search. He looked into it. Claude, can you basically say that every state in the Middle East is an ethno state? And it probably gave some fucking caveat, and he's like, close enough. Fuck it.
Oh, and I was surprised to find that basically like the vast majority of Middle Eastern countries have it in their constitution that they're either an Arab state or a Muslim state or both. Like it's literally, it's like the first article of their.
You have to turn around and then look at what their immigration policies are, and they are not the same. And to the extent that they do second-class citizenry and baked into the basic laws of Israel, where they turn around and says that anything that diminishes the innate Jewishness of Israel will essentially get you removed as prime minister. That any infrastructure project that doesn't support the innate Jewishness of Israel will end up having the funding for that infrastructure project be pulled, which is why a lot of the more rural ghetto areas where the Arab citizens of Israel live don't end up getting the same sort of support, where the redlining, all this different shit. So he wants to say, look, all the other states are doing it. This still is what this shit fucking falls back to. All the other nation states are doing it. Why can't the Israeli nation state? Why can't they do it? You have to be able to support illiberalism in order to fucking do this, which is that entire conversation about liberal, illiberal. It's all dog shit. It's all bullshit. They just don't want to look into the camera. They don't want to look into the camera and instinctively tell you might makes right is good and it's decent and fair because it's our side that's fucking winning.
Constitution of like Egypt and Jordan, and
he's jerking off a big dick when he's doing that.
All these countries is like they establish an ethno identity for the country. And so right. I just don't buy that the opposition to Israel or the insistence on a one-state solution that's never going to happen unless you can tell me how you're going to force a nuclear power to do this. Like,
okay, so this is why this conversation is stupid, because to try to make a two-state solution work, you're taking a bunch of armed, extreme right-wingers and telling them they have to leave the land that they took by force. You're talking about what, 750,000? What's the total number of settlers in the West Bank? Like the most recent. Because so many of these 780,000 Israeli settlers live across the West Bank, including occupied East Jerusalem, according to recent figures from the Wall and Settlement Resistance Commission. You're going to tell 780,000 armed Israeli settlers that took the land that they're on by force. You're going to tell them, you got to go ahead and pack it up because we made an arrangement. And they're going to look at you and go, sounds good. So all of this, everything that he's doing, I hate that I'm doing this now because I was doing this anyway, and now I've seen him do it, and now I hate it. I feel revulsion every time I do it. Stop it. You're going to tell all of those people, just politely, if you please, just go ahead, pack that shit up, pack it up. We signed an agreement. You have to, will you kindly? Will you kindly? That's going to happen. So all of this shit is going to require force. There's going to have to require like an international community coming together to fucking make this happen. There's going to have to be an inordinate amount of political will. There's any of these circumstances, doesn't fucking matter. You're looking at force. You're looking at force because you're going to meet untold levels of fucking resistance.
How do it just doesn't seem like genuine opposition to the concept of like an ethno state. If
it's not, it's just like weird virtue signaling.
When you try to establish an ethno state on top of a population. Oh, no. Actually, fuck, I love you. Hold on. That's a beautiful point. When you try to establish an ethno state on top of a population you are deliberately going to exclude, kind of changes the equation of how savage the project is going to be to establish it, doesn't it? Collecting all the existing culture that has been in a region for centuries to make an ethno-state nation is quite different than trying to put one on top of millions of people, already millions of existing people. So again, it's just, hey, the argument turns into, they won. These people in these tents, it sucks. We don't like it, but fucking. Oh yeah, and I agree. Egypt isn't a fucking ethno state. He's an idiot.
Like feel good bullshit, and this is the whole reason that me and Hassan started beefing, is because I was like, dude, this whole idea that there's going to be a one state is like so silly. Like, why are we even having this conversation? Like,
no,
it's not gonna. It's just not gonna.
No, that wasn't the beef. That wasn't the beef. You got in your fucking feels because people early on started souring on Israel because we were seeing what the fuck was happening every day, and you didn't like that. You got pressured, you got poked, you had these little moments on your show where you were turning around and basically saying, like I said earlier, you had these little hubby wifey moments where you were like, yeah, you go down the wrong fucking city in the West Bank and they'll kill you. While everyone else is seeing like bombs falling and Palestinian suffering, and you trying to say that you're a staunch defender of the Palestinian cause, you're sharing these little cheeky, clever moments where you're talking about, well, that'll teach him to put a fucking Hamas base under that hospital, and just regurgitating that shit with no fucking actual evidence of your own. There's a reason why people got fucking pissed. It had nothing to do with Hassan. You had a young audience that catered to the clothes and the culture and all the goofs and gaffs and the pop culture bullshit. Well, the younger people give more of a fuck about the Palestinians than the dirty old. And I'm a dirty old, so I have the dirty old card, okay? You had a youthful audience that bought hyper-colored fucking goofy-ass clothes. And when they looked at what was coming across on this, they didn't see people of like a different skin pigmentation. They didn't see people that spoke a different language, but they saw people that were their age, that had their same aspirations, that they had their same fucking desire to want to just exist and live. And they saw them getting fucking exploded. They saw kids that like their only hope of getting out of the place that they're in was to try to like take up football. And now they can't fucking play football anymore because they only got one leg. They still try to play. There's stuff they do with crutches, and it's enduring, but like, holy fuck. People's lives fucking shattered. This. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hey.
לא לגעת פיזית. לא לגעת פיזית. אתה נכנס? לא לגעת פיזית. לא לגעת פיזית. תיכנס. לא לגעת פיזית. תצא מפה. אתה נוגע בי פיזית. אתה נוגע בי פיזית, אחי. אתה נוגע בי פיזית. לא לגעת.
Gee, he's got maze. I'm not gonna play that. No, it's Andrew X doing the filming. Like, look. Any singular person can be a cunt. Okay? Any singular person can be monstrous. The important thing is you don't turn around and say that, and I'm not saying any of you are, but like, you don't turn around and go like, well, they're all like this, right? That's not the point. So, okay, it's a settler and he's a fucking lunatic. And that's the thing. If you showed this to Hutch, if you showed this to fucking Ethan, they'd be like, yeah, I hate that guy. Well, guess what? Are we going to have a conversation about how the IDF is helping people like that fucker? Oh, I hate the settlers. How many times do you need me to say it, Ogre? I hate the settlers. Well, what about the idea of helping them? I hate the settlers. That's what it turns into.
Happen. Like, it's like not, and it's not because I don't think it's a good, I think it would be great if we could go back in time and make like a pluralistic, one state for all types of situation. But, it's just not happening. It's gone. That ship has sailed.
Okay, this is all stupid, and I'm actually done for the night. So here's what I'll do. If you want to continue watching this, someone, I don't know how it happened, but someone backed this up to archive.org. I don't know how it happened, but we're at 3 hours, 57 minutes. I'm good on this. It's a lot of cope. It's a lot of like, and that's the other thing. I think it was like fucking Mandela. Might have been Mandela. There's a quote about like, no, hold on. Am I fucking up James Baldwin? Nothing. The phrase nothing, well, hold on, means a goal. What's the original quote? I think I'm fucking it up. Nelson Mandela, everything seems impossible until it's done. It is Mandela. All of this shit he's saying is like, it just, I'm not going to say what kind of language that sounds like, but there's a type of person that talks that way. There's a type of person that turns around and says shit like that. Just take it. Just accept it. Doesn't matter if bad things are happening. Just be okay with it. Accept it. Just take it. Take it. Just don't even think about it. Just relax. Anyway, let's see. There's probably more of you than I fucking had in a while, and I appreciate that. So here's what we're gonna do, boys and girls. Hello, do you see? Oh, and this is someone that is already right up the alley for where I'm at. So here, this is not a departure. We're staying in the realm of like, we're gonna do a little raid. What we're gonna do. Boom. If you go, be nice. If you don't, have a nice evening. I will be back tomorrow. You know the drill. Doodles doodles. Later, Gator. And for the rest of you,